Hello.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much.
Uh, yeah. Second video, please. Wow. Good afternoon, everyone, and a very, very warm welcome to this last episode of a very successful ASMA's Education Leadership Conclave powered by No Paper Forms. We started this series in September, and in last 3 months, we had a very excited series of events covering all spectrum of education, right from nursery to PG. In fact, we had representation from all different bodies where we could discuss matters of concern and opportunities in each area. Today, being the culminating session of ASMA's Education Leadership Conclave, obviously it has to be special. And we have with us few very special guests and eminent speaker throughout the day. We expect to learn a lot and get enlightened with their wisdom and experience. I take immense pleasure and honor in welcoming our chief guest, Honorable Minister of Higher and Technical Education, Government of Nagaland, Mr. Shri Temjen Imna along. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I had the privilege of hosting you before as well, and the memories of your simple and captivating speech is still fresh in my mind. And I felt inspired that day. I am ready to get inspired even today, sir. The kind of work that is happening under your leadership in, in the eastern part of India, I think is just phenomenal. And we expect to see a lot more happening under your continued leadership, sir. We welcome you to this show, sir. I feel pride and pleasure in welcoming my guru, my mentor, our guiding force, Sri Gopalakrishnan Ramachandran, chairman of InnoServ Group, under whose leadership the group is growing fast and taking strides in all frontiers. It's my honor and privilege to welcome to you, dear sir. We look forward to hearing from you as to how do you see the education sector growing in India. I further take this opportunity to welcome array of eminent speakers from all different parts of the country who will be sharing their views and insights today in 4 different panel sessions which are going to be hosting one after the other post the inaugural session. Let me also welcome our sponsors and supporters. ASMA Education Leadership Conclave is powered by No Paper Forms, India's leading technology platform for enrollments. Our government partner, Government of Nagaland. Thank you so much, Temjen sir, for bestowing this honor on us. I welcome our engagement partner, FMA Digital, our AI partner, ORAI Robotics, and HR community partner, Digital HR. And I further welcome all our other supporters and partners who actually have helped us sail throughout the journey and continue to help us even in times ahead. I welcome all the audience who are, supporting us throughout our mission, and we are very happy that your rave feedbacks actually give us a lot of encouragement. So keep subscribing to our different properties, and keep suggesting us the next thing that you want from us here at ASMA. Let me invite my colleague Chandan Anand, our force behind all things communities at InnoServ, to take the proceedings forward. Over to you, Chandan. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks, Rahul, for such a energizing welcome speech given by you, and thank you so much for your kind words being bestowed to Honorable Minister Jia sir and to me. So कहते हैं ना कि सोचने से कहाँ मिलते हैं तमन्नाओं के शहर, सोचने से कहाँ मिलते हैं तमन्नाओं के शहर, चलना भी जरूरी है मंजिल को पाने के लिए. So with that spirit, ASMA has taken this initiative to drive the concept of Education Leadership Conclave, not only in India, but the voices has reached across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of ASMA, a leading community of academia, I, Chandan Anand, Vice President of InnoServ Group and ASMA, welcome you all today. It's a very, very important day for us. We are feeling very privileged and honored to host such an event. ASMA is delighted to announce the final chapter of 3 months of virtual webinar series, a numerous webinar series of Education Leadership Conclave 2020, powered by No Paper Forms and UniApply. The event is also supported by Department of Higher and Technical Education and Department of Tribal Affairs, Government of Nagaland. 3+ months, 30+ sessions, 10,000 plus registration and attendees, 150+ higher education institutes, 250+ schools and preschools pan-India, 10+ industry leaders, 10+ government and educational bodies. Under this banner, we also felicitated and honored India's top 20 women leaders in education who have been rising up the challenges and breaking the proverbial glass ceiling to take the charge of various leadership roles and bring in innovative change of education in 21st century. We awarded them with the certificate and momentum. We are developing knowledge sharing platform and networking platform with who's who from the industry, creating opportunities and collaborations between the corporate, government, and academia. A virtual event series was being presented by educators, academicians, thought leaders from leading institutions of the country, representing preschools, school, higher, technical, and skill education institutions. We also understand that these leading educational institutions were caught off guard and faced numerous challenges as they have adopted to education in new normal. Institutions have boldly faced the disruption and were quick to adopt technological innovations and were being able to stabilize and bounce back quickly as the pandemic unfolded. We will be hearing more from them as how they sailed off this difficult phase and transformed challenges into opportunities. This virtual knowledge sharing interaction will explore how digital marketing, social media, and emerging newest technology can harness to change the face of education, and how these leading educational institutions had adopted the new age education and digital transformation in pandemic era with the support and collaboration of the startups and innovative solution providers of the country. We are thrilled to inform you that the webinar got an overwhelming response and participation from across the globe. We are glad to have your participation as listeners, attendees, speakers, and partners. We are really, really thankful to all of you. With this, now let me have the privilege to invite our chief guest of the day, Shri Temjen Imna, Honorable Minister of Higher and Technical Education and Tribal Affairs, Government of Nagaland. Honorable Minister is a student of commerce and social entrepreneur. He has been instrumental in making the subdivision open defecation free various Swachh Bharat Abhiyan initiatives. He has been awarded for the Leadership Excellence for Social Entrepreneurship during the 7th Middle East Business Leaders Awards 2016 and was organized by the American Leadership Development Association. As Minister of Government, Temjen Imna aims to foster all-round development in empowering the higher and technical education sector, as well as tribal communities of the state. Under his leadership, we have seen many developments and many innovative initiatives the department has done in the state as well as in the Northeast region. Without wasting much time, may I please invite Honorable Minister of Education, Government of Nagaland, Shri Temjen Imna. Please welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, in this beautiful season of Christmas, I want to wish all of you that are here at this platform a very Merry Christmas to all of you and a Happy New Year to come. I thank God, मैं परमेश्वर का बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं that even in this pandemic, the initiatives of ASMA and to be able to be present here in a virtual program as a chief guest, I am honored and also thank all of you for making such an initiative during this time. God has been kind to all of us that I see Brother Rahul Jain and also Chandan Anand, my friends, alive and doing well. So God is good to all of us. Dear respected Shri Ramachandran Gopalakrishnan, the chairman of InnoServ Group, and also the director, Keiretsu Forum, Mumbai chapter, a very good afternoon to you too, sir. And to all that are listening to this conclave, Education Leadership Conclave on the virtual platform. I am overwhelmed at the same time, very grateful that Education Leadership Conclaves initiated by ASMA has been going on for so many days. And today, according to what I have known, is the concluding program virtually. Now, to be able to connect with all of you from the easternmost corner of our great nation, from Nagaland, I'm speaking to you, all of you, and addressing you from Kohima, the capital city of Nagaland, and from my residential office of MH10, which is called Ministers Hill number 10. Today, the pandemic situation of COVID-19 has compelled all of us to rethink our policies, our strategies, and the way we deliver education in this 21st century. The most affected sector during this COVID-19 pandemic in the whole world, in the form of industry or government and governance, is the education department at the most. If you really look around everywhere, you will see that classrooms are not being able to be started physically. If you look everywhere, people are trying to live with the COVID-19. But I also want you all to know that if not for the pandemic, we would not be conversing on this virtual platform initiated by ASMA. This itself is a trajectorial shift towards our thought process and the mode of discussions we have chosen to address each other. If you look very well, any initiative has to be collective. And any implementation has to come by a collective effort and by collective discussion and delivery. But this has become almost an impossible mode in this time of crisis. The after effects of this COVID-19 pandemic is going to be huge. When the COVID-19 started in the month of December and January, we took it very lightly. I was in Delhi even in the month of March, and I returned back from Delhi on the 19th of March, and from 23rd, the lockdown had started. We thought that it is just like any normal flu. थोड़ा सा बीमार हो जाएगा, थोड़ा सा दस्त हो जाएगा, बुखार होगा, मगर चलते रहेगा। और 10, 15, 20 दिन, 1 महीने के बाद हम लोग सब खुशल मंगल उसी तरीका से जीने लगेंगे जिस तरह से हम लोग जीते रहा है। हम ये तो नहीं कहेंगे कि पेंडेमिक कोविड-19 आया है तो हम लोगों के लिए अच्छा हुआ, ये तो हम नहीं कहेंगे, मगर इस पेंडेमिक के कारण हम लोगों की सोच विचारों को बदलने का जरूरत हमें महसूस हुआ है। So, the use of technology can help transform our education sector. We were very unprepared even as a small state. We were completely unprepared. We woke up very late. In the beginning, we were awaiting that the pandemic will pass away. Some miracle will happen and students will get back to their classes. Teachers will get back to their classrooms. And the same most effective way of teaching would be delivered for the future of the students and our people. But things have taken a trajectorial shift towards education sector, especially this year of 2020. We have to make sure that the future forward technology has to be imbibed into the system of education. List about education alone, but in the various sectors also. If we are not able to implement that in the best possible manner at the fastest pace, then we will be deprived of many things that would equip our people to face the future. Now we have to also understand how to lead the industry towards it and the academia towards it. Because for most of the assistant professors or teachers or engineers who are teaching the higher and technical sector, or even the school teachers, are very new to innovative technology of the future. Using a smart digital platform is itself taken with both positivity and negativity. Most teachers feel that if this replaces us, how will we get our livelihood? Or how will the future chances of teachers be there to teach the students? At the same time, through the effective use of digital platform technology, we are able to deliver it well. But I would like you all to know, all of us to know, that it will take some time. All the changes that we are planning, all the thought processes that we are having, now is the starting point. अभी जो शुरू कर रहे हैं, वही चीज को लेके हम लोग स्थिर तरीका से consistently बिना रुके हम लोग लेके चलना चाहिए. Because if we think that by the end of pandemic, the uses of the future technology will be, brought down, then we are wrong. The future technology has to be used not only today, but in the future. And proper acclimatization and also sanitization of this use of technology has to be very much perforated, thought, and also consistently, followed up with the academia, with the institutions, with the educational sector, and also with the industry. Today, the world has become one, truly one, due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In our state of Nagaland also, the schools have been running, virtual classes. And it was such a difficult thing to innovate it and put it into practice. And mark my words, my dear friends, the students, the young people, the young minds are faster than ours. Technology given in their hand, if we guide them properly, they are better than us. Even for the seniors now, even for the PG level, even for the undergrad level, they are also getting used to technology. But now, the role of industry is not only for the profit making, which I've always said in the educational conclaves, but also for the delivery of the right system and technology at cost-effective rates so that our people can achieve it by acquiring it and being able to deliver it to the end user, which is very important. So I think the relevance of classrooms and the teachers in the classroom can never be taken away. It will still remain, but the productive use of future technology is eminent. So we have to encourage and we have to make sure that we work on this future technology for the educational sector in an extensive manner. The academicians are getting used to it. It will get used to it. Maybe next year, the Department of Higher Education in Nagaland may just want to have one course in Kohima Science College, which is an autonomous college, one of the best in the Northeast, to run as class only on virtual, to get admissions only virtually, deliver virtually, use of technology for it, and delivery to it. So this tandem has to be made. And technology doesn't mean only virtual classrooms. It is, even the internships can be done virtually. Even, knowledge can be acquired more beyond the physical classrooms, where teachers can be there from the United States, from Europe, from India, from the rest of the country, from Delhi, from Mumbai, from Chennai, and from elsewhere. And the students can participate in that. So, Brother Rahul and Brother Chandan, your platform has always given not only the innovation of your conferences and your programs that you host virtually, but it has also made policymakers like me and many others that are participating in various forms to reinvent and rethink the process of delivery of education in a technological manner. And I think this platform, which ASMA has set up, and where I'm also one of the guests here, has made us all rethink how best we can do for our people in our states and for our country. I also request your platform, the ASMA group, and all of you to make sure that in all the, because I am getting to know that slowly and steadily, platforms like yours are the people who make people think and rethink on its delivery of policy, and also the academia, and also the technocrats, and also the industry people to rethink in what can be better done for the educational sectors. And today, as I conclude my speech, I would just like to say it this way. India as a country, to be a global guru of our rich culture and education, to be able to deliver it from the future forward technology is eminent. We should not forget that our country is still struggling in the educational sectors in the non-metro towns, cities, and villages. There are a lot of correlative conditions for technology to work in a certain place. We have to make sure that technology is applicable for the education of anyone who wants to learn anywhere in its best possible form. You may be having 3G, 4G, 5G in Mumbai or Delhi or Chennai, but it is very difficult to get even 2G in certain parts of the country. Technology should be user-friendly, and technology should give the prospect to the user to be more innovative, to use that technology and enhance his skills better than the technology, rather than the technology becoming better than the person who is using it. I hope we are clear with our goals and motives for that. We need the future technology for the education sector, and not only the education sector, but also the various sectors that are prominent for our country. But rather than the technology taking over us, we should take over technology for the betterment of our society, for delivering the best classes to the students, and the students to become innovators, academicians, scientists, politicians, and people who matter to the nation. In the whole goal of everything that we are all planning to achieve and work, I would like to put it this way. Our nation comes first. Bharat pehle hota hai, then the organizations, then you and I. हम भारतीय होने का गर्व होना बहुत जरूरी है. भारतीय होने का एक पैशन होना चाहिए. And with the ancient use of knowledge by our countrymen, as a global guru of knowledge of those times, where thousands of yogis and people, learned people, have sacrificed their lives to bring us to this spot of India today. I would like to encourage and challenge each and everyone who is listening to this virtual program hosted by ASMA to have passion in what you are doing. You can conquer everything for our nation and for our people if we have passion. And if we have passion, we will find a way to deliver not only to our country, but to the nations of the world. We cannot think of a singular victory alone. हम सिर्फ अपना विजय के बारे में नहीं सोच सकते हैं. हमें समूह को लेके भारत को विजय दिलाना चाहिए. हिंदुस्तान को विजय दिलाना चाहिए। टेक्नोलॉजी को हम अपने हाथों में लेके हम विश्व गुरु बनने का हमारे देश में और हमारे देश के लोगों में वो क्षमता है। हिंदुस्तान की रीति रिवाज पुरानों से, हजारों सालों से जो हम लोगों ने अपने पूर्वजों ने लेके हम लोगों को दिया है, वो नहीं खो जाना चाहिए। और आज इस पेंडेमिक के समय में भी 125 करोड़ की आबादी का ये देश, हमारा भारत देश जी रहा है, कर रहा है और करेंगे। Knowledge is not only the knowledge that we get from the certification of certificates and books, but knowledge is best when we are delivered unto our people in the best possible way. ASMA is doing a great job with the Education Leadership Conclaves. I know your mentors, people like Ramachandran, Gopalakrishnan, also my friend, Mr. Rahul Jain, Chandan Anand. I know that you are not only into this field because of businesses alone, but because of the passion that you have to deliver. I am here today because of the passion that I have to deliver for my people, the people of my state and the people of this country. I only quote this, that the future innovations of the educational sector, there is a vast subject to be covered. इतना बड़ा सब्जेक्ट है, इतना बड़ा बातें हैं कि हम आज इस 40-50 मिनट में हम खत्म नहीं कर पाएंगे। ना तो हमारी विचारधारा या हमारी बात ही पूरा हो पाएंगे। हमारी सोच विचार जो है वो कमियां होगा, मगर हमारी विचारधारा बहुत साफ है। और वो विचारधारा ये है कि हम हिंदू हैं हिंदुस्तानी के लिए। हम हिंदुस्तान का, इस राज्य का, इस देश का एक नागरिक है और हम सब मिलके इस एजुकेशन सेक्टर को बदलना बहुत जरूरी है। आप लोग सब जानते होंगे जो नया नीति एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के ऊपर आया है, it is not the education policy only for today. It is the education policy which the government of India, under the leadership of our dynamic and futuristic leader, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has brought forward. You may think that हम बीजेपी का है तो बीजेपी का बोल रहे हैं, हम वो नहीं बोल रहे हैं। Just like we are talking about future technology, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has brought forth the future leadership to this country also, to deliver us, to see governance in its best form in every sector. Don't you see the passion? Don't you see the zeal? Don't you see the pride? And don't you see ourselves in him who is trying to deliver our country too? So also, today's pandemic or any situations that has been created is our passion. Our passion to deliver unto our people cannot be undermined to do anything good for our people. I know, as I say, thank you to the ASMA group for bringing me in. We are talking beyond states, beyond religion. I may call a Hindu, you may call a Muslim, you may call a Christian, or I may call a Naga, you may call a Jharkhandi, you may call a Bihari, or any other religion or any other place we may be. I pray that your group would define more about our education, bring more platforms like this to deliver. And not only as we do so with the future technology to innovate for our education sector to be enhanced, but also bring in our culture, our traditions into the fold of education sector, our languages. आज हम अंग्रेजी में बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ टिप्पणियां हिंदी में दे रहे हैं. हम चाहते हैं कि आप अगले बार नीचे में अंडरलाइनिंग में हिंदी या इंग्लिश से शब्दों को निकले, जो बिहार में है भोजपुरी या मैथिली से बोले, जो महाराष्ट्र में वो मराठी से बोले, जो नागामीज से बोले, जो मिजो से बोले, और हम सब अपने अपने भाषाओं में बोल के भी हम इस देश को अखंड देश, मजबूत देश बना सके. Thank you very much. I'm glad that I'm here today. May we meet again next time, and may we have a great time post-COVID and physically see each other also. Especially Mr. Rahul and Chandan will meet nicely. We have not talked about any of the problems that has actually come in today's time. There are a lot of problems, but we are saying that all the problems can be overcome by the future technology, use of it, innovating it for the education sector. In the days to come, delivery will be better and innovation will bring the changes that is needed. Thank you very much. Parmeshwar sabho ko आशीष करे. Jai Hind, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Sir, what a brilliant speech. In fact, what you talked about, few things are very, very relevant, very, very touching. When you talked about bringing local linguistic initiatives, let me assure you that at ASMA, we are already working on it. In fact, we had a big deliberation just a day ago after our Honorable Minister met all our, stalwarts in education. We were thinking amongst us that should we really start the regional event series? And yes, there is a positivity to it, and we are working on those lines. There are challenges, but we will overcome that, sir. Under your mentorship, guidance, support, I don't think anything out there is impossible. So certainly, we will take up the challenge on our shoulders, and we will try to match up to the expectations also. Apart from this, we are working hard to bring in every different aspect within education, while it is research, while it is learning pedagogy advancements, or we talk about how teachers can be equipped better. I think there are a lot of initiatives which are shaping. Chandan is working, his team is working on variety of things that can actually help foster the culture of learning within the entire academia. While they are always at the forefront, but we want to give make sure that our contributions are productive and acts as a catalyst in the whole system, sir. Thank you so much for all the words of wisdom and the inspiration that you bestowed on us, sir. Thank you so much. Over to you, Chandan.
No, so that's all. Like Rahul, you have actually summarized in a very lovely way. So we really admire your work, sir. We really admire the style of your work, Temjen sir. Your initiatives, your governance, your passion towards your work. And that is, and we are also very passionate about whatever we are doing, sir. And you well said that. And so that is the passion is what is the driving pillar for us. And we need your, guiding in coming days. We need your support and blessings for the coming days. There are very important initiatives and events which we are in because now since this event series is getting on a stop, we are coming up with a fresh beginning and a new beginning in 2021 with certain initiatives, including, felicitating and identifying the leaders, the edtech companies, the universities, the schools. So like that, we'll be, flashing our initiatives in days to come. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. And we really admire and we are very grateful that you accepted our invitation and you thought that this event should be supported with the government support, and you extended wholeheartedly your support, to execute this event in a good way. I think some synergy was there between us. So we'll be just wishing, sir, if you can please hold for a while, because I would be now inviting the chairman of the InnoServ group. So it is again a privilege for us to, present Mr. Ramachandran Gopalakrishnan. He's the chairman of InnoServ Group and the director of Keiretsu Forum, a global investment community of aggregated private equity angels, investors, venture capitalists, and corporate institutional investors. He's a qualified CA, having 20 years of investment banking experience and 19 years of being a mentor capitalist. We call him by love as GR Sir. So GR Sir possesses diverse knowledge of strategy, finance, and operations. He's also a serial entrepreneur with total 39 years of varied experience in diverse fields, including fitness, wellness, retail, finance, sports tech, and digital. GR also serves as chairman of board of InnoServ. He has constantly shares his deep insights into the industries they serve. We welcome you, GR Sir. Over to you. Please guide us and help us understand how to take this journey forward. So please unmute yourself.
Yes, unmute yourself.
Able to hear me? Because my internet went away. I am on the cell phone, so pardon me for that. The Wi-Fi has gone. What do I say? I heard the Honorable Minister, Shri Temjen Imna along. I hope I pronounced the Honorable Minister's name correctly. Speaking.
Yes.
And I was, sir, overwhelmed, astonished, and flabbergasted to hear your speech. I felt very honestly from the bottom of my heart that what you spoke came from your heart, and what you were talking about was not mere education. You were not talking about mere education. You were not talking about mere technology. You were not talking about just India. You were talking about the globe. And you were talking about students, education, impact to the society. And what made me feel profoundly impressed with your words was the fact that you made a very significant statement in this entire speech of yours. You said, be a giver to the society instead of always thinking what we can take from the society. Sir, that's in a nutshell that I understood from your speech amongst all the other things that you spoke. And to my mind, one of the best speeches I've ever heard so far. I have been in panels, and I must say, sir, that it was astonishing and amazing to hear such a brilliant speech given by you in the context of technology, the future forward technology, and more importantly, in such simplistic terms that you spoke that even the layman can understand. आपने हिंदी में भी बात किया था, अंग्रेजी भी आप अच्छी तरह इस्तेमाल करते हैं, और हमने ये देखा आपकी तरफ से कि आप आत्मनिर्भर भारत के और बढ़ते जा रहे हो। नागालैंड हो, कोहिमा हो या नई दिल्ली हो, आप नागालैंड से तो सर नई दिल्ली पहुंच चुके हो, ये हमारा विश्वास है। Thank you so much, sir. And taking off from where the minister has left, I have the privilege, ladies and gentlemen, of talking about fast forwarding the future technology for education to revolutionize the education sector in the country. I have fundamental questions. Is technology going to change the education sector in the country just by bringing in technology? Or is it that we will have technology as an enabler to revolutionize the education? Sometimes I get scared when I hear people say we have got future technology, and as a result, education will become good. My friends, I must tell you that education will become great if we all become digitally literate. And I will be using a new term known as we becoming digital natives. Because no longer can you say that the technology is there and so online education can go on beautifully. Not the case. We need to understand we are unfortunately in an era and a world where education sector had linear thinking. It had linear teaching, and it had linear teachers. What does it mean by saying linear thinking? We used to teach students chapter by chapter, slide by slide, and tell them one after the other sequentially it will come. And if the student was to ask in between a question, the teacher's answer would be, can we address the question later? And possibly that question would be forgotten. The student is unamused. The teacher is thankful that no difficult questions are to be answered. And by rote, it was taught a plus b the whole square is equal to a square plus 2ab plus b square. We didn't know where it came from. We knew Pythagoras' theorem is equal to a square plus b square is equal to c square. C square is a hypotenuse square, is equal to the square of the two sides. We didn't understand what Pythagoras, the Greek mathematician, had taught us. And it was given as a formula on the board, the blackboard and the chalk. Today, things have changed. The linear teacher has to give way to technology teachers. The star teachers and the star professors of the past, or even the current, who say that we will teach by just telling you what to do, without visuals, without aids, without graphics, without audio visual. I think that stage and day is over. The technology has taken roots in every part of this society, in every corner of the world. And trust me when I say this, that we in this new age and world cannot live without embracing technology, young or old. Sometimes people say that we are old, so we can't handle technology, and I tend to disagree with that. Because if we have to be current, and you have to be part of the millennial world, I am going to say we need to have a future-forward classroom. A future-forward classroom with a future-forward technology, and the classroom is going to be different. Today is a day when the teachers or professors cannot come and tell the students that, hey, don't look at Google, don't Google and see something, or I'll teach for 50 minutes and you should put off your laptops, put off your iPads, put off your cell phones. The student, as the Honorable Minister very rightly said, is smarter, brighter, faster, and quicker than all of us put together. Because they handle technology with no qualms. The problem is the hesitancy in embracing technology and teaching. We can get the infrastructure, we can get everything in our system. The question that arises in my mind is, how do we make the elephant to dance? The elephant is the education sector. The elephant has been performing in a particular manner. The education policy is the modern day version of making the elephant dance. As the Honorable Minister rightly stated, under the aegis of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, it has been amazing to see that we are having a great amount of reforms, both economic and educational, and of far-reaching consequences. Now, if the education policy, which is radical in nature and transformative to make every Indian millennial a global citizen and a global student, is to be embraced, there is no choice but to embrace the future of technology. The technology that is coming forward is more of visual depiction, artificial reality, and above all, the biggest strength that we are getting out of this is the fact that it teaches you to do things in a nimble manner and take you forward in a very big way. The future forward technology that has to be adopted by the education sector has to also be keeping in mind certain things that can arise. And what are they? Today, we have a lot of information that is flowing in the internet. In the past, when there was teaching, books were published in an organized manner, publishers were combing the content, school libraries were keeping the books, and after that, the teacher was teaching the students. And mind you, there was a big difference. We felt that there is a third world and there is a first world. The third world comprised nations like India and the Asian subcontinent, excluding Japan and the Far East. And the first world was, of course, US, UK, and others. Today, internet has broken that barrier. Information is available at the push of a button, at a click of a button for anybody and everybody across the globe. Yes, maybe the speeds at which we get information may be slow, depending on whether you're in 2G, 3G, 4G, or 5G. But understand, we need to be understanding the era of information scarcity is over. But is it throwing up a challenge? Is technology also to be taken in a right perspective? And we just can't say that we'll embrace technology all by itself? Absolutely true. Because today we have such an overhang of technology that sometimes we need to be very careful what is fact and what is fiction. For that, we need the students to be directed and channelized in the right direction. The students need to have personalized experiences in the teachings. It has to be interactive. They can be anywhere in the world. The pandemic has taught us, and online teaching can be there. And online teaching has been better aided by Mini-Beast Heroes, apps like Mini-Beast Heroes, audiovisuals like them, or the Byju's or the Khan Academy. But the apps themselves alone don't help. Robotics is coming in a big way to help you. But the teacher's involvement is going to be a necessity, because the teachers at the end of the day are going to be the guide and mentor to the students. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders. And let us be very clear that India has produced some of the brightest minds which are occupying the global firmament, thanks to our centers of excellence for training and education at a higher education level, be the IITs or the IIMs or the triple ITs. And it was created when we had tough times in the country, when the country had poverty, and when we didn't have a dynamic prime minister, as the honorable minister rightly put it, of ushering in reforms and ensuring that each and every individual in the society leads a dignified life. And that has been the aim. I feel that technology has aided the direct transfer benefit. Prime Minister Jan Yojana, the scheme that has been done, it's been aided by technology. If we are talking about any technology that is to be implemented, India has embraced it like nobody's business in the digital era. Are we going to have digital geeks only from the IITs? Or are we going to have management students becoming top-notch CEOs only from IIMs? The answer is a categorical no. Today, all universities have equal access to knowledge. Curriculum can be personalized and content can be driven. Content is going to be king, and student in any part of the country will be having access to the latest information, latest technology, as well as the latest methods by which you can reach the top in terms of the education that you aspire to have. No longer is it taboo to say that I want to not become an engineer, but I would like to become a dancer. No longer is it taboo to say that I'd like to be a musician. And then I will be using technology in music in a way that people have not seen it before. No longer is it taboo to say that I will be a sports person who is going to use technology in sports to help him excel in that field. If technology is the key, education is undergoing a rapid transformation. The new normal in education is going to be have interactive technology, have interface with the students, which is not hierarchy driven, Have an interaction between the mentor and the mentee, the teacher and the student in such a fashion that it is not top down, but you allow the student to ask you questions. The student is also more informed as the current era of millennials that we see. They're more well-informed, they use the gadgets very easily. And above all, we need to ensure that we make the elephant dance. If the elephant has to dance, the landscape has to be changing. What are the things that are needed? We need to choose a landscape, have an operational architecture that will be technology driven, and technology embracing will be the norm rather than an exception, be it in schools, be it in colleges, be it in any part of the professional working activity. Does that mean that we should be all the time wired? Not necessarily. We need to be wired where we need to be having knowledge, and the knowledge that we get needs to impact in solutions. And these solutions have to be for the betterment of the society, the betterment of the nation, the betterment of the country. And if given the education policy, given the capability that we have to use technology in the most cost-effective manner, having the least cost and the maximum impact, and we can make the 125 crore Indians tech-savvy, digi-savvy, digi-literate, and make them digital natives, I think India has arrived in a big way. The education policy would have paved the way to have not only technocrats, but to have Indian citizens who don't compete in India alone, but they will compete globally, and may they not be far off, where all the Fortune 500 companies have Indians as their CEOs, because the talent in India is unmissable. And we cannot but admire that our native intelligence only helps in adapting and adopting to technology like never before. We have seen it in the pandemic. The children have been studying very well. They have been topping the world in all the exams that are there. And you can see that people who have not had access even to electricity, they're topping the civil services exams, the IIT exams, and other such competitive exams. And to my mind, if they just have the technology, if they just have the access, the accessibility, the affordability, and the availability of technology is there at their disposal, trust me, my dear friends, the day is not far off when India will not only be a rich nation in terms of knowledge. This is a nation of Gautam Buddha. This is a nation which has given us Rabindranath Tagore. And this is a great nation which is being led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And I am sure knowledge, impacting, and solutions is going to be the way forward, with embracing the technology wholeheartedly as a new normal. And all that I can say is India will develop as an economic, technologically sound superpower in the years to come. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Yeah, great speech, Jia sir. In fact, we definitely echo the kind of sentiments which you just laid in front of the audience over here. And technology is definitely a need of it has to be accessible, it has to be affordable. Absolutely bang on, sir. And we are definitely driving the nation towards with a collaborative effort of the solution providers and the people who are going to actually utilize it, from say students, teachers, and the other educators and academicians. We have to be tech savvy and digi savvy. What a speech been delivered by you, GS, definitely. And this is laying the foundation of the upcoming panelists who are going to talk about this thing. So Honorable Minister and our special guest of the day, Mr. GS, they have laid such a lovely interaction, and you have actually showed us the way of where the discussion is going to happen. And this was the quite justice been done to the topic which we have decided, how future forward technology can help transform the country's education sector. Thank you so much, Jia sir, for joining us. And
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you, Minister, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, let me take you forward to the session ahead. And we have a very, a tech-savvy gentleman who is representing one of the leading tech companies of the country, ORAI Robotics. We have Mr. Sujit Das Biswas with us. He's having 15 years rich experience on building and consulting to large organizations and enterprises for their core and complex process of application. He's an evangelist in the field of artificial intelligence, NLP, RPA, and project management, a certified robotic process automation expertise, Google certified AI and NLP expert, and Microsoft certified project management tool expert. Great to have you, Sujit, over here. Can you please guide us and help us to understand how ORAI can help transform the business of school education, higher education, and technical education? Over to you, Sujit.
Thank you, Chandan. Hope I'm audible to you.
Yeah.
So thank you, first of all, to inviting me in this forum, and congratulate you to bringing such an eminent speaker together in one platform. So I'm about to share my screen. Once my screen is visible, just let me know. I'll quickly start my presentation. Hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
And is it in full screen mode?
Full screen.
Okay, great. So to give all of our friends what is ORAI and how ORAI is gonna help our current institution in the field of, I will say, robotic and artificial intelligence, and how it can engage your existing customer as well as your new customer in the era of AI. So quickly to start with, most often organization or institution thinks or wants to bring AI into their marketing and student experience. Now, most of us are thinking that, how AI can bring such an advanced changes or can make a better unified platform for all of us. So if we look at what a AI-enabled institute or university looks like, so it has two different facets. One side is basically how students and future students can connect to universities. And in second hand, it also talks about or tells us that how existing students can basically use the whole platform and being beneficial out of it. So if we look at the whole picture in front of us, so starting from marketing efforts, digital marketing, your placement agencies, career assistant, student assistants, and counseling of students as well can be automatized through the AI processes. Not only that, for existing student, if we look at the canteen assistants, sport assistants, class assistants, campus life, even library assistants, academic assistants completely can be driven through a AI platform. Currently, we have seen few of the things are already in place, which universities are using, but how ORAI actually helps you. So quickly, if we look at the stats, what currently suggested is basically 82% of marketing leaders plan to adopt AI to improve customer experiences. So that's one of the stats which is provided by Forbes. 85% of executive all over the world is actually talking about AI and try to implement AI within their organization to increase the productivity. 40% of consumers are willing to accept deal and offers from AI, which we have seen nowadays. WhatsApp is taking precedence. A lot of activities happening over WhatsApp. Automated messaging is happening over WhatsApp. Similarly, 56% of customers would prefer to message over a conversation service call. So nowadays we have seen we want to, if we need some help, we just quickly go to in our phone and type. Or the kids, a new generation kids are basically prefers to have a one-on-one communication with anyone over a chat rather than picking up a phone and calling to someone else. How these different challenges can be overtake. Even 71% of consumers are currently using AI-based tool in form of messaging apps and chatbot assistants, so which is very popular nowadays. This is one of a nick word called chatbots, which I know a few of the universities and institution, by the way, has gone for it. Now, if we look at the market trend right now, or the behavior of the current students. Approximately 2 to 3 hours an individual student spent in WhatsApp app, which is predominantly, majorly used for messaging. Facebook uses a similar time span, around 3.5 hours. Where we look at the websites, which is actually gradually dropping down, 60% of usage, and approximately 1 to 2 hours individual spent over a website. And in any messaging, other messaging app, approximately 10%. So if you look at the spread of the technology, majorly a student within a certain age group uses either WhatsApp or Facebook for their daily conversations requirement, content access requirement, and conversation with their peers, as well as for any knowledge sharing. Now, to target this, what is the correct successful omni-channel experience should be? When we say omni-channel, it is basically an experience for a student or a platform where AI or technology understands the student from whichever means they are coming from. If they are coming from web, they are coming from phone, they are coming from any social platform, either they are coming from mobile phone, the platform should enable us to know that which this student is or who this student is. Have they seen or have they read certain information in earlier platform and post that they're coming into this platform? That is more important rather than having a flat channel approach. Most of the institutions or universities which we have seen, they are using different type of apps, but those are not omni-channel. These are multi-channel, where students is not being rectified by any of the platform or being identified by any of the platform. What ORAI does. So we have seen different chatbots which engages with the students, and institution which is helping students to resolve their queries, taking the desired question and their information, getting the information out of that. All this is happening over chatbot. Now, what a predominantly chatbot does, which is available in the market, where we say whenever we talk about AI, we just look at, this is a bot or a chatbot available, which can be plugged to any of your channel. Predominantly what it's doing, it's helping us for pre-admissions, application support, marketing integrations, and campus support, payment support. If the bot supports multilingual, then it helps students to communicate in multilingual or language support. It helps student to even understand what is happening in the campus and campus life, how the placement is going on, what are the different scholarships which is being offered, and even alumni supports. So these are the standard, I will say, utilities which can be achieved from a chatbot. Now, what is ORAI? ORAI is nothing but beyond a chatbot platform. We all know what is the utilization. As I have shown you the statistics before, we all know how WhatsApp is being used aggressively nowadays. Around 2 billion users, 65 billion searches every day, new subscription happening every day, 5 million business app is being subscribed, and even 340 million Indian consumers are being using these platforms every day. Now, ORAI helps you to build all your communication within WhatsApp, enables you for voice assistance, helps you to integrate this platform to any of your messaging app, be it any platform you are talking about, and also gives you a verified predictive analysis. So this is the product stack where ORAI helps institution to connect all your students through a single WhatsApp platform and to build a complete omni-channel strategy. So starting from your campaign, digital advertising, your affiliated marketing, any print campaign, connected with your website, connected to your marketing SEO campaigns, public relation, and any social media campaign which you are running can be driven through ORAI by your own verified WhatsApp business account, a single channel where a student can communicate and you can manage on the conversations together. Now, a quick glimpse of certain few of the institutions currently. There are so many, but just to highlight, there are a couple of institutions where we've gone live till now. How this is happening. So a quick video, which I thought of will be helpful for all of us to understand how currently ORAI helps you or helps student to connect over a WhatsApp. So I'm just playing it out for you to understand. Now a student can search you over a WhatsApp, starts a quick conversation, which helps the student to connect to you immediately with the institute. Now you can see institute is directly connected with the student and answering all the queries the student is looking for. So till now we heard about reach from the social media. Now ORAI goes beyond to engage, connect, and sustain the particular student's query within a single platform. Everything is automated 24/7 and AI driven. So just to show you some glimpse. So now you can see the student looked for a specific course, asked certain questions, everything is being automatically answered within the WhatsApp business. So I'll just quickly go out of this video. So this is what the future collage looks like. Not only what I have shown you, you can even plan a campaign, a specific WhatsApp drip campaign within ORAI platform. So you can design a campaign based on different parameters like the students coming from web, students coming from Facebook, what time they have spent, what type of content they have accessing, what type of information they have accessed. Based on that, you can design different type of campaigns and reach to the student with the same platform, which is more popular and which is easily accessible within WhatsApp. And what it also does with ORAI, you can have a three-way conversation built together. So one, your student is anyhow connected with AI, as well as any point of a time, if you think your counselor needs to pitch in and have a full-fledged discussion with the particular student, that is also possible. So any point of a time, a student is being counseled by a virtual agent as well as your counselor immediately. So if you look at the holistic approach of ORAI, it gives you a virtual agent, which is nothing but a chatbot. It can connect all your digital ads, starting from Facebook, Instagram, Google Ads, everything can be a conversation ads. When we say conversation ad, this is a new trend. All the ads which are running nowadays is a static ad. ORAI helps you to immediately connect your students through a conversation ads with the same technology which we are using. Also, ORAI helps to build a lead verification system. So as and when the lead comes into the platform, ORAIs automatically validate the lead, their phone number, the student's information, their email address, and tells you immediately whether this particular student is looking for a course or they were just surfing around over the internet. So it gives the intensity whether the student is really looking forward to take admission or he was just browsing through for a different college information. All of these type of analytics is available in your fingertip. Now you can connect your counselors using a live agent model in any point of a time. If you think you need to have a video chat between you and the student, ORAI helps you to give this facility in just a click away. Just click a button and the video chat is automatically on. Not only this, as I showed you, you can design multiple type of a campaign within this platform and reach out to your students in the platform they are into. Now, till now, whatever I have said also can be achieved through IVR. So now ORAI is also integrated with the IVR. So any calls can be connected directly and answered automatically through our AI agent. So quickly, this is all about ORAI platform. So you can see a couple of institutes where they are right now ORAI enabled institutes, as well as there is 45 days trial going on. Just scan this QR, fill a certain information, and our team will be there to help you out to bring your institution, your university, a AI compatible university with ORAI. So thank you all to listening me. Thank you, Chandan. Over to you.
Yes, yeah. Thanks, Sujit. Such an informative, slide presentation which you gave, and you help us understand in a very easy, terms how ORAI can help transform the business, and definitely the kind of age which is moving towards the primitive or maybe the old age of interaction with the prospects and the new age of interaction. Uh, the the entire effort which I witnessed as an individual is that you don't want to miss a single lead which is coming to whatever channels of engagement to
Good.
whatever ads. So this is, I think, it is very impactful, very helpful, and it will definitely help the leading educational institutions to make their technology more advanced, more robotics, more artificial intelligence enabled, and definitely ORAI is there to help you in this all cases.
Yeah,
Thank you
absolutely.
so much, Sujit, for sharing this information with all of us.
Thank you. Thank you, Chandan.
So with this, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take you to the next series of the panel discussion. But before this, may I please request our support team to, share one of the videos which help us understand the success story of Education Leadership Conclave, as this is the valedictory event, the last day of the 3 months webinar series. A short video that will give you a highlight of thank you. So that was just a highlight of showing the success story of Education Leadership Conclave. And I'm very glad to see the faces again. And I'm very happy that we are getting the speakers from the preschool, sectors. And seeing here make me very excited to again welcome you all in this panel. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. Before you, just to apprise you and update you, we had a very grand opening by the presence of Honorable Minister of Education from Government of Nagaland. He laid the very nice foundation. He spoke in Hindi, he spoke in English, and he was also looking forward if we can organize events in regional languages as well. So just making one world through this, virtual presence. So everybody, thank you so much, audience, for sticking with us, and I hope we are giving you very nice content. And the deliberation is happening as per your expectations. So this panel discussion is the formal panel discussion opening, and we are opening with this preschool leaders, and how future forward technology can help transform the country education sector remains the theme of the event. Panel 1 on preschools will be discussing on the striking a balance between technology and well-being in a time of school distancing. Eminent panel speakers in this session is Mr. Tijay Gupta. He's the co-founder and CEO of Bachpan AHPS Group of Schools. Welcome, Tijay sir. Very happy and glad to see you over here. Ms. Manjit Legaji, she is the Director Academics, Learning and Training, Little Millenniums. Happy to see you again, Manjit ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Kopal Maheshwari, founder of Little Einsteins International Schools and Einstein Square. Happy to see you, Kopalji, again. And Ms. Sonal Ahuja, founder of House of Learning, Director, Sri Ram Foundation School. Happy to see you, Sonal ma'am. The session has been moderated by Jitendra Karsanji. He's the CEO of Kïdo Group, and he'll be moderating the session. So without wasting much time, over to you, Jitendra sir. And happy to see you again. And very glad seeing that your moderation in the last panel session was awesome, and you'll be doing the right justice to this panel as well. Over to you.
Thank you, Chandan, for your kind words, and thank you for inviting me once again. And it is great to see Ms. Manjeet on the panel again, and as well as Ms. Sonal. I think Mr. Tijay and Ms. Gopal, I think this is the first time we're doing a webinar together. So I hope we'll be able to ask you the right questions and get the right information for you, so that our viewers can understand, what is the state of preschool industry. So our topic for today was striking a balance between technology and well-being in the time of social distancing. Basically, I wanted to explore this topic from just 2-3 angles. One is currently, as we all know, that this is the worst period for preschool industry. And during this period, it's clear that this is the only part of the learning process or the learning journey that parents feel it's dispensable. And for K-12 schools, still parents have enrolled, and parents are continuing with the learning journey. But for preschools, I think from the informal and anecdotal information that I have got, there is an enrollment of only between 30 to 50% from what it was last year. And I also feel this was completely because I think a lot of governments, state governments especially, not the central government, but I think a lot of state governments came out with a lot of rulings against screen time and how screen time is bad, and the media lapped it up, and suddenly all the parents were up in arms against the preschool. I thought this was the only section of learning which didn't get the fair due, and hence I think most of you all will agree with me that it's not a good place to be a preschool owner, or or in management of preschools at this time. However, as I said, there's a lot of information about how online or screen time might be damaging the children, or it's not good. We've also, as a group, we've gone ahead and we've downloaded a lot of research. There's no clear-cut long-term research which says that blanket screen time is bad, right? I think all of us will agree that some sort of screen time may be useful, and there's no other option, by the way. But there's no long-term sort of study about how this is detrimental for, say, a 2-year-old to a 6-year-old. However, there's enough and more information that junk food is bad, right? And we still have, like, every smallest village has, I don't want to name any brands, but, all junk food chains are there everywhere in the smallest possible villages and towns. And we don't see any blanket ban. We don't see any parents up in the arms saying that, what are you doing to our children? But why is that preschool industry has got such a unfair treatment during this time? I just want to know, we have I have my own analysis with my team, but I just want to know from your point of view, and I think it'd be great for, people logging in and watching this, is that what is the thing which has made parents so insecure or so fearful about preschool, and especially online preschool? So, Ms. Manjeet, if you can start.
Sure. Thank you, Jitendra. Pleasure being with you and my co-panelists again. So nice to see you again, Sonal, and good to have Gopal and TJ as well over there. So I would, totally agree with you, Jitendra, that it's been a tough year for everyone, no doubt about it, but especially for the pre-K segment or the preschool segment. It goes without saying. And to answer your question, why is there been so much of a stereotyped or a preconceived kind of a blanket ban on early childhood and screen time. I think one of the major factors is the ignorance, as they say, parents, individual organizations, a lot of, haphazard research put together, a lot of people speaking up on how much is good, how much is bad. But there has been no authenticated view on this so far, right? Just as we were caught unaware by the COVID, so were the parents, educators, teachers got totally unaware by virtual for the preschool sector. Right. While we are not negating that the physical school is the best option, but then what to do? What to do? Do we let it be a total loss here for our children, right? Or do we move ahead and embrace the fact, as our honorable minister was saying, and Mr. Gopalakrishnan before us, he said it so beautifully, that the future forward world is a world driven by technology. Roti, kapda, makan, or internet. The fourth need has been totally thrown onto us. Today, our children are born in a world which is, dominated by Alexa, play that music for me. Shri, dial my child's teacher's number. So when the children hear that, right, and they're just born in that environment, and you say that it is not good for them, well, we need to model the behavior that we want our children to emulate, right? So I feel it is the ignorance, it is, lack of really solid facts which tell us, what is, how much of screen is good, bad. I think more than, worrying about the time, it is the quality, it is the content, which parents are also not aware of. So for most parents, for most educators, for most adults, screen is associated with entertainment. We did not enter into a world, we were not trained into giving learning, through the screen. None of our B.Ed or NTT or ECCE courses trained our teachers or us on learning through the virtual media. So everybody was taken back. But I'm someone who will like to focus on the silver lining in the cloud. I would say that the dust is now settling down. Parents are much, much more aware. Teachers are much, much more trained. Educators and preschool owners are also much, much more settled down on how much of screen time, what is good screen time, what is quality screen time, and how to get across to our children. So I think we are on a less turbulent road right now. So I hope that answers your question.
No, I completely agree with you that, things are getting better. And, parents, more and more parents are now understanding that there's no way out. We don't have an option, right? So I would like to extend the same question to Ms. Kopal, that what has your experience been with parents? Did you have the same sort of journey? Was the journey different? How did you handle it?
Well, I can for sure tell you that, I have seen our centers in different nations. And like Ms. Manjeet also mentioned, learning related technology outside the school is actually a civil right alongside food, shelter, and education in most of the nations, especially in Europe. Specifically, where I am based off, Estonia, which is considered as world's highest performers in education, as well as, we've seen in Britain that all the curriculum materials were already online before even the COVID scenario occurred. So it's not a far-fetched idea, and I feel that yes, India is almost getting there. The experience for us wasn't that hugely affected because we did see a lot of enrollments even during the COVID time in our preschools. But we saw a hike in the EU centers, the European centers, and at least like a 50% hike in our American centers. And that's also because technology there is readily available. I feel the major challenge in India was, certain facts like there was not clear, not availability of devices. For example, one major challenge that we felt was happening since parents were also working from home, and also the students were asked to access it. So there was a challenge there. then we also have to understand the digital capabilities and skill sets. You cannot expect, like, I feel preschoolers need a lot more support as compared to older children that we've seen in our schools. So we could not expect them to do everything by themselves, and to understand that parents have to be with them for that little on-screen presence time is also important. Balancing the on-screen time with off-screen time actually worked wonders for us. And timely communication. So that was like clear accessibility and timely communication to the tools, and the educational platform that we were providing was something that actually worked better for us compared to what I would say otherwise would have gone down the drain. So I feel, if you talk about countries like South Korea, which has access to internet and digital devices to like 100%, or even a country like Uruguay, where every family has access to digital technology learning. And so it is important that, that is something that we need to work together as preschools to ensure that we are giving to our students that technology to access learning, and then form guided platforms or learning tools to ensure the balance is maintained between offline and on-screen activities. And I mean, that's why it did not go that bad for us, honestly.
Ms. Gopal, you seem to be the only school which is not agreeing. I would like to ask Mr. Vijay about his experience during this time, and did he see any sort of turbulence and the numbers going down?
Yeah. Hi, Chandan, Rahulji, Ashish. It's tremendous how you are maintaining this energy for 3 months. We as preschools are tired taking online classes, and parents are not listening to us. Everybody is saying the same thing, but you are conducting your webinars day after day. So hats off to your team first, and thank you for inviting me. Uh, Yesterday, when I was listening to Mr. Anupam's interview, and he said what COVID has told us, or what COVID has taught me personally, that you only need three things in life. First is laptop, another is daily commodities, and third is a Wi-Fi. So if you have all these three things, you can stay at home. So I think pretty much with the challenge with the parent when we started the classes, or when came up with idea of getting the classes done, why, how, and when. First question was why you are taking an online class. My child is 1.5 year old or 2 year old. He won't sit at screen for 30 minutes, 40 minutes. How you are managing that? Why you are taking a class? So the answer was very easy. Yes, we want to convert. It would be going for a longer duration. It would be 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. At least the child will be learning something. Second challenge was how you would be doing it. It's a question for us actually, because our teachers or we as a company were not that equipped or trained to get into the system or into the ecosystem. I'm talking about typically about a preschool kid, not about a formal school kid. So yes, we made a system, me or Mr. Jitendra or everybody made a system and ecosystem to get into that. Third question was when you will be conducting the classes. So it seems a little easy. No, we can take the class at any particular time. It may be 10 in the morning, it may be 11 in the morning, but the parents always keep on asking, I don't have any multiple device, or we don't have time with the kid. Why? Because we have our office job, we have our gadgets busy, all those things. So in our case, we made the time flexibility, and our teachers are taking classes in evening also, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock also. We have taken the classes. I think it's more with the mentality of parents that they accept the fact that a child can't be taught online. Maybe in a school, we try to convince a parent to give 30 minutes or 40 minutes to a smart class. But here they are thought of that a child is sitting idle at screen and he or she may not be able to learn anything. So I think it's more with the mindset of the parent, which is definitely being improved now because 8-9 months has been, and now parents are asking, so what's your next model? Once the school are open, are you going to conduct classes on Zoom or on the app? We are saying yes, but once in a week or twice in a week, the hybrid classes are going to go. So I think I made it simple and everybody is already explained about it. And that's my take.
That's really good that you're already thinking of Zoom classes even in the future. Ms. Sonal, how about you? what did your preschool, what were your parents talking about? Were they in agreement with the new model going online?
Jitendra, like we actually had the discussion in the last panel also, if you remember that we never struggled with the strength of the parents coming in. You're right, around 40 or 50%, and we are okay with it. I already told that we are not even asking our preschoolers ages to above. We do not entertain in our school 18 months old or 1+. Two and above, we are not forcing them to come online on screen. So there are no such classes happening for them. What we are doing is we have designed a particular kind of a curriculum for them, and we call it integrated learning at home. So we've trained our
Ms.
am
Sonal?
I audible now?
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
audible. Yeah.
Yeah. So what we did is we kind of made a special module called ILH at home, integrated learning at home, and we delivered it to the parents with good training for the preschoolers, 2.5-year-olds. For the kindergarten and nurseries, we have our online classes going on, and that's hardly once or twice a week for 30 minutes. That's all. Supported by a lot of other material, like we're using technology in a very meaningful way. We also told the parents that technology shouldn't get confused with the screen time. Right, we keep on talking about screen time, screen time. So for us in our school, it's not the screen time, it's the technology. And now, since the pandemic is there and we are forced to kind of follow that, we are experiencing, exploring new ways we can use technology and take it to each and every house and help parents accelerate and children to accelerate their learning. So we've been successful this way. We have developed videos, we have developed movies, we have developed presentations for the parents with the voiceovers, we have developed audios and storytelling. So we've done all that and delivered to the parents. So it's going on really good right now. And also amidst that, it's going highboard where I'm feeling I've met one or two persons in person, my parents' team, and they're really wanting the children to get back to school. So now is the time, like I really resonate with what Manjeet said, that parents are wanting now, it's high time, everything is settled, even their mind is settled now. So they're wanting some with good security measures and right arrangements in the early settings. They're okay to send their children. So slowly and gradually, even I feel that even if we start say once in a week or twice in a week, get back to our settings, and things will fall in place till the time we get into April or July in the 2021.
No, I completely agree that by June 2021, probably things will start looking much better. And I do remember, Ms. Sonal, you explaining last time about how you have changed the curriculum, and in a new way you've been sending it across to the students. What I wanted to understand, for the benefit of everybody who's listening, were parents pretty receptive to this, or did you face any sort of mindset block from the parents that this is not how we've learned and this is not what you told us, and we don't want to side?
I think Jitendra, it's not the mindset block of the parents. It's basically as the school owners and educators. We have a particular set standard of mind, and we feel in a way that if we do this, probably the parents are not going to accept that way. So I have felt in my experience, it was never a mindset block from the parent side. You as a capable educator, and you know from where you are coming, from where you're developing all this, and you kind of appraise them of all these reasons behind and the researches you share with the parents, and you convince them on what you are doing is absolutely going to be fantastic for your child in terms of the child's development, be it social development or language development, or in that case, psychologically, even if a child is at home and learning. So I felt that our whole focus, we pivoted on how do we educate our parents, not that go along with their mindset. Another thing, Jitendra, in our team, we have made it a value value, that's one of the values of our school, that we set our outcomes first. So me and my team would set the outcome. Okay, this is the outcome I'm looking forward to. I want the parents to behave in a particular way. It's not that I'm thinking they will behave like this. So when we set those standards and outcomes, the team is then working towards it to achieve it, and we kind of followed this strategy to let our parents be on the same page with us. Yeah.
That's really good. Your experience and what you're sharing is that it's a great success story. Uh, with our group, since we run schools across multiple countries, we saw that even in a particular state, say in Texas, right, we have a school in Houston and we have a school in Austin, and the mindset was completely different, right? At one location, and same similarly with India, right? In certain places, parents were absolutely okay with the new curriculum that we are coming up with, the new the new model, and so as you rightly said, right, the learning outcomes are probably the same. It's just the method which is going to change because of limitations of sending the children to a physical school. But we saw that it was completely different, and that is what I wanted to basically understand from all the panelists, is that did they feel the same? So yeah, we can, even in the panel we can see there's a wide range of differences between what everybody said, right?
That'll always be there, Jitin, because we're dealing with humans. No, that'll always be there. So if you say you in a branch you have say 150 students, and that means 150 families, so you would always see that there would be a percentage of people who go and they're on the same page with you, and there is another percentage who are just confused, or probably they want some guidance, and then there would be a third category who really do not believe in what you're saying. So this is going to be like this everywhere. I mean,
Yeah.
out of a set of people. So the focus has to be more on how many people can come on the same page, and you accelerate and you row your boat.
Correct.
And then the few things you cannot change. But yes, after this, what happened was the people who joined hands, they were the third category who was not willing to. We could see 2 or 4% people coming from there and joining. So this is how you have to be on your journey, all in
So
all.
which brings me to the second question, right? And thanks for leading us there. With this new method, I wouldn't say the new model, but the new method of delivering the curriculum, uh, you know, and measuring, the outcome of what is the child's journey, what are they learning, assessing whether they're reaching certain milestones. Uh, is it been easy to map that? And I'll open it up again with Ms. Manjeet. Whether it was the easy journey, because with social distancing, either sending materials at home or going on a Zoom class, or whichever other way and models that all of us adopted, was it very easy to track that child's learning trajectory, whether it has gone in a space that a school wanted, or are we as preschools ourselves not 100% happy with what's happening right now, especially
So,
with the new model and mapping it to the learning outcomes?
yeah. So when we, switched on to the virtual mode, right, Jitendra and my fellow panelists, no, it wasn't easy at all. It wasn't easy because, see, firstly, we had to align the entire team. Firstly, we had to do internal marketing, right? Get the whole team together and tell them that this is kind of like the new normal, right? We had choices between us. Either we just sit down and do nothing about it, or we take on the route which is less traveled by. 2 roads diverged in a yellow wood, and I took the one less traveled by. So we had to take that route which was never traveled before, right? So once we are on that route, it is but obvious that we would need to reskill and upskill our people meaning our teachers, our school heads, our management, our parents, right? And wherein we spent around a lot of 100% of our time reskilling and upskilling our own force, how to go about it, we had to devote and take out a particular percentage of our time in upskilling our parents as well. A simple example, like a parent initially would say कि ये बैठते नहीं है, right? idhar chal bhag jate hain. So we would use a very regular example that when the child is in class, you think, attention means just looking at the teacher face to face. No, that's not it. They have their own ways of listening to the teacher. They have their own ways of communicating. Language is not the only way by which children communicate. But parents had no idea about this, because for them it was bye-bye time and come and pick up and then ask the regular question that how was school? And if we are lucky and our parents, are really with us, then they say, okay, what was good about school? Then it's a win-win situation for us. Then they tell, ye kiya, wo kiya, and all that. Now, here was the parent sitting next to the child and seeing that the child is not looking at the screen dedicatedly. So for them, it was like, it's all gone down. Hoga hi nahi hai. Ye to ho hi nahi sakta. And then the second part was very obviously, we said, let's not bother about assessments at this point of stage, right? As in very, very cut and dried formative assessments, what we do in the physical classroom, right? Let's focus on getting children attuned to the new medium. First, let them get used to it. Let the teachers get used to it. As we all know, the teachers also went through an entire journey, how to set up the light, focus, correct kind of videos and correct kind of links, what to use, etc., etc. So then thereafter, after a good, every child has been through around 5 months to 6 months of good online teaching. Then let's come down to mapping the outcomes. And there also I agree with you, it's very difficult to map outcomes like, let's say, gross motor, right? Yeah, so let's talk real. We said, let's talk real. Let's talk about what can be done. Like, yes, language skills. Yes, we can. In fact, the virtual medium has given us more scope, because now we are reading more to our children. We're making them listen more to us. It is in our hands. We are giving them the kind of stories that we want them to listen, the kind of rhymes that we want them to do. So in certain skills, it was doable. It was quite nice, a pleasure. In certain, it wasn't. And we said, let's not worry about the have nots, let's worry about the haves. And accordingly, we trained our parents as well. So touchwood, as far as assessments and the so-called report cards and assessment sheets are concerned, well, there's not been a storm in the cup so far.
And I think parents who enrolled, they understand, right, that there's only so much that schools can do. And I think that was really honest, Ms. Manjeet, that, you really laid it out that some things are just not possible, right? Especially, how do you gauge the, social development or emotional development, through sending activities or doing Zoom classes? It's difficult. So, Ms. Kopal, what's been your experience in this regard?
See, I feel technology does enhance great teaching by using rich resources and methods of generating like highly interactive student engagement. But for us, the biggest challenge was that it does not make teachers more caring or empathetic or understanding. And that is why it was very important for us to, choose and train the teachers who are capable of using technology to enhance the student experience. So we spend hours of training our teachers on soft skills, and not just soft skills, but digital skills as well before we took them live. In fact, I can say that it was so stringent a process that only 1 out of 5 teachers could make it through that entire training session. But we then realized the impact it had on our students. Like, they were uh, really performing well. They had enhanced creativity and expression, and that actually kind of helped us understand that yes, we can now customize a lot of technology that is available easily for the preschool segment. So we focused a lot on flexibility in learning, in giving the students those choices of activities and learning outcomes. And I think that is something that worked really for us. So even if a student missed the class, it was really amazing to see them review the recording at their own comfort. So these flexibilities are something that they really look forward to. The parents were, in fact, it was like, I feel it was high time where it was like a welcome distraction for the parents, because the students could then communicate with their peers and friends, and the classroom side talks, especially with the younger kids, they would just enjoy it during these sessions. So I feel like it had been quite positive in the sense, but yes, we had to implement a lot of things in technology, ensure that we are keeping the digital strategy in place to avoid any potential risks of things like digital distraction, and consist of balancing the digital use with screen free activities. So we even teach coding, for example, and we have a lot of screen free activities to teach a subject like coding as well. So ensuring that, and physical well-being also. So we have on-screen time, which is wisely followed up with engaging themselves in chores and tasks at home, with a lot of art and craft, enhancing their creativity skills and kinesthetic skills as well during intervals. So it most of most of it is some things that we've seen in usage in centers in Canada, US, Europe, and we've been able to implement those because they already are doing this. So for example, we have technology usage for empathy, and I remember you mentioning that it cannot be that you can build empathy, but we do go ahead and show them stories, and there are activities that they do to ensure that they're learning about empathy. So there are a lot of different strategies that we've seen has worked, and I feel that especially for students who lack resilience or engagement to learn on their own, this has worked by educating the parents as well, like Manjeet mentioned, but it is also a new innovative style. So I'm not sure if most of you are aware of the American psychologist studies on benefits of playing video games, and it did mention how performance is enhanced by gamification and by digital on screen time or technology time. So it does have a positive effect, but at the same time you need to maintain that balance. And this is something that I think even Bill Gates resonated by saying reimagining education. So it has to have the balance of on screen, off screen, to be able to reimagine the education, ensuring that there are checks on cyberbullying and age appropriate content is present there to ensure a perfect experience for the students.
No, I completely agree with you, Ms. Gopal. And you spoke about many things, including coding and all that. I must warn you, there are many other coding companies which is taking away all the students. So wish you all the best over there. Mr. Tijay, coming back to you, what has your experience been in terms of, same question, right? Are parents expecting some sort of assessment, or parents are completely okay?
Yes, this was the first question. This was actually the first question. How do you expect an assessment or a report card, or how do you test my child? For us, it was a little surprise. It came as a big surprise, actually, that assessment is important during COVID. No learning need to be required. So once during a parent webinar, one of our teachers said, has any parent seen Three Idiots? So everybody said yes. So she said, Amir Khan says the famous dialogue that learning can happen everywhere at and anywhere. And learning is more important rather than going with the test or the physical thing. So the parents answered, sir, ma'am, it looks good in movies. That movies make 500 crores. That looks good in movies, but practically it is not possible to just channelize the learning. We need the assessment part. We need the writing part. We need the physical part. We need the social development part, emotional part. Except that, everything is okay. So it was very difficult initially to convince the parent to bring the child to the technology part and to use technology as a trade. Why I'm saying technology as a trade? Because technology always makes tasks very convenient. But what we fear as a school, that we are into the risk of losing some interpersonal connection. If the teacher is not able to make an emotional or the physical connection with the child, there is no use of all these classes. Then we worked out the formula, how to use it. We developed a 4 strategy formula: focus the time with technology, unplug more, minimize distraction, and find balance as a family. These are the 4 methods which we devise for the parents, so that parents can be touch with the technology with the child. Child can use 30 minutes, 40 minutes productively, and moreover, we can see after 3 months, 6 months, results are bound to happen. After 6 months or 3 months of assessment, we can see whatever we are teaching the child after initially first 1.5 or 2 months, They are learning now. They are sitting with 30 minutes, 40 minutes. It is up to a time level that you settle a child in the class. Jitendra, actually, what I felt, we all are running play school. When a child is new and coming to the school for first 15, 20 days, he or she may cry for 10 days, 15 days, 20 days. But practically, that is not in front of parents. Now, what is happening? They can see everything on screen. So, why it is not participation is not done? My child is not concentrating. They don't understand, or it was difficult for them to understand. This is bound to happen. A child is 2.5, 3 years old. It's a new method for them. They are not used to technology. In that sense, they're used to YouTube, but not to Zoom. So, yes, challenge was there, but now things are better again.
I agree with you. The expectation of a parent when we send a child to a preschool, in a physical preschool, is completely different. They expect the child to cry. They know that the child will take about 2 weeks to settle. In some cases, even children take a month to settle. But when it comes to technology, because everything is so instant, probably the expectations are also like, that instantaneously my child should be completely focused towards this. So lastly, Ms. Sonal, what has your experience been in terms of assessment? Are parents happy with the children's journey, and are you being able to map everything as a physical preschool would?
I won't say that initially it was satisfactory for all the parents. It's kind of a blend of each one of the panelists who spoke. I mean, almost all the points are covered up. So it was more like, yes, they wanted to know where the child is. And on the top of that, they felt that you give classes, say 30 minutes twice a week, and then we have to pay the full month fee. And this is nowhere going in a balance with the kind of money we are paying and the amount of classes which are happening. And the lot of research work, the presentations, the channels and the teachers who are developing the content was kind of redundant completely. We were not even considering that that's also a part of the amount as a parent you pay towards the education of your child. There is a lot of work. In fact, I believe more work is happening now as compared to the schools when we were there in person, because now we were challenged. And I've always believed when you're challenged is where creativity happens, innovation takes place, and you learn a lot. So as a team of educators and schools, we have learned in this particular period that there is so much happening that we never even thought of doing it in person schools. So we made the parents aware about it, that the kind of a thought process an educator can give. Now, when you're talking about assessment, assessment will be on the basis of what is the question that always comes to my mind. Now, when you talk about assessment, a child cannot be assessed on whether a child is able to recognize numbers or letters, able to read something. So our school has never worked on assessments this way. We've always believed in creating the portfolios, whole lot of rubrics were used to be written, taking care of the child's behaviors, the child's reactions to a particular thing, the child's reaction to a kind of a food that was served in the school, and what did the child say about it. So our teachers used to write the journals each day. Now that exposure is not there when it comes to virtual and remote learning. So we had to kind of re-strategize, redesign things, and also train the teachers on those parameters, that how is that they can now go ahead and write the rubrics. So what we did was we planned for the phone calls with the parents. There were a lot of questionnaires that were maintained by the educators, with a lot of discussions we used to have together. And those questionnaires were spoken to the parents, where parents were giving, okay, now this child is doing this to a particular activity. This is how this child responded, because we were against shooting videos of the children more. I've seen that a lot of children at work, and there is a person who's shooting a video to show to the school. Now that kind of takes away the whole charm of learning. So we were particular that we will not get into this kind of structure as well. So we interacted more with the parents during this period, and we got a lovely feedback. Parents were happy, our each and every activity was revolving around, say, planting trees in the locality, probably going and giving food to the local dogs in the community, or making cards for their helpers who are coming throughout the pandemic and serving you. So the whole curriculum was redesigned. And rubrics was never a challenge then for us because we were getting overwhelming responses from the parents. They were able to explain. No, we could see the parents have turned into educators. Actually, the way our teachers used to tell during the parent teachers meeting, now parents are telling us the child did this, then he did this, then he did that. So that's an amazing and beautiful part of this pandemic period where parents have started involving. And I always say that there is always the other side of a coin. There'll always be a parent who will be complacent too. So my idea is not to focus much there and to focus on what good is happening. Like I agree to my dear friend Manjeet. What we have, come on guys, focus on that. So it's like that.
I feel actually parents have become more thankful
Yeah.
to the efforts of our teachers during this time.
Absolutely, Komal. I'm experiencing the same. They're becoming full of gratitude. They're thanking you and saying that you are a school who educated us and gave us a new meaning of learning for a child.
And plus, they now realize that it's really tough,
Exactly.
being teachers, right?
To become a teacher, absolutely.
It's not an easy job. Uh, and somewhere I feel that probably this age is the only age probably in the history, in the modern history, that parents are more educated, well-traveled than the teachers. When we were growing up, our parents were not that, I'm talking about in general, not talking about one or two parents, but in general, parents were always more respectful towards teachers, and they thought the teachers have learned more and they know better. But I think, in some cases we have parents who feel that, they know better than the school. But I think now, I dare to say that thanks to COVID, that at least parents understand the other side of the coin, and they understand that it's really not simple. Okay, last parting question. I think we've already ran out of time, and I think this was the same question that we probably did last time, but I'll start with you, Ms. Sonal, once again. That where do you see this? Do you see this technology or hybrid sort of a learning going forward? Do you feel that come June, the schools are going to be full? So, I mean, let's try to make it as brief as possible and finish it in the next few minutes.
Yeah, sure. So I don't know whether the schools will be full or not, and I'm not expecting that also. But yes, technology will be there. In my case, why? Because it has saved a lot of time. It has given me and my educators enough time to focus on the areas where we really wanted to for years and we were not able to. So yes, the compression of time has happened because of technology without any doubt. So yes, I'm looking forward to a blend kind of a structure where the things which we feel can technology can take care of, why do we want the human resources to get into it? So the teacher's role, especially in the case of preschoolers, the early years, is to shape the attitude, to shape the structure, the brain structure of a child. So I would probably go with the teachers work more on these domains than the domains which technology can actually take over. So a beautiful blend will be a way to go forward for us. Yeah.
Mr. Tijay, what are your views?
Yes, definitely. Technology would, first of all, I feel schools will be full. We are getting a lot of inquiries nowadays, approximately 100, 150, 200 inquiries per day for the admissions. So now parents are feeling that heat because they have understood it's 8, 9 months, and being at home is again difficult for a child, not happening that way. So I feel June would be a good time to start the preschool, especially. And I feel, yes, blended kind of learning is going to be there. And it's a must for every school. Because now we have seen this kind of thing. It may come back after a year or 2 year, or who knows. Maybe next September we can see another 5th wave or 10th wave of COVID, and it may come back.
Vaccine is out. We shouldn't be worrying about it, right? And they've already started vaccinating people in the UK, and I think US is starting this month. I think India is going to start by Jan. Yeah. So knowing India, the have-nots will suffer, but people who can afford it will surely get a get a vaccine and, things will start moving back. But I couldn't agree with you. I think June, the numbers will start going up and schools will be filling up soon. So, Ms. Manjeet, your views on this?
Yeah, so I also totally agree with Sonal and TJ that I think, 21, maybe mid of 21 should see us coming back to track, the schools opening up, because everybody's had enough. And the COVID has taught us, that you have to ride with the wave. And I also agree that you never know, 22, COVID 22 may crop up. We have to learn to live with it, but we will definitely be better armed and better prepared. So it won't take us by surprise. Second, I also see, our teachers, our entity courses, our B.Eds and everything also upskilling. Probably we're going to be adding online teaching courses for our teachers and our parents and everybody to learn more and benefit more, because fast forward schools are technology enabled schools, definitely. And last is, also my observation, my real wish and desire that, it's going to be a content rich world. All of us have created so much of content that I hope we can combine content with collaboration. That Sonal, TJ, Jitendra, Kopal at least, and Manjeet, all of us can make a beginning and share then absolutely gorgeous and lovely content that we've created with each other. To each their own, God bless everyone. May we all do well in our fields, but let's collaborate. Let's step forward and share the best that we have curated. That's my,
Second your
real wish.
thought.
It's a wonderful idea. I think we should definitely connect offline and discuss this.
Definitely, we should.
Between us. Lastly, Ms. Kopal, what is your prediction for June 2021?
Well, for sure, I feel that the hybrid methods of teaching would come in, the blend teaching methodology, as we say. But what I consider is that it should not be the main driver, but it should be reimagining better learning in schools. That should be the main driver, where we need a more thoughtful balance in terms of ensuring additional learning opportunities which are universal, not just at home or in school. And that is something we've seen has worked really well for a country like Estonia, which is really small but tops the PISA scores. So I feel that, adapting increased use of technology with some adjustments in parenting and carrying out research and development of technology policies will help us improve in 2021 and, of course, get more admissions. And I feel that the current situation is actually quite unusual because the children nowadays are the pioneers and experts in this area. Like, they are the first ones to try out new apps and programs and even create them. So to be able to effectively adjust to this situation and build constructive dialogues around, healthy and harmful use of digital technology, there needs to be more reliability on the children's voices and experiences, and that we need to keep in mind even when we progress to a proper school environment where schools are opening up, even then, like in 2021. So it always has to be like keeping the children voices and their experiences in mind, that we would be going forward for this new age education methodology, or rather, like I would say, reimagining education policies.
Surely. And yeah, I think we've sort of covered up whatever we had to in whatever limited time we had. Thank you very much, panelists, Ms. Kopal, Ms. Manjeet, Mr. TJ, and Ms. Sonal. It was great chatting with you, at least the two of you once again, and nice meeting Ms. Kopal and Mr. TJ. Thank you very much. I think we should definitely be in touch offline, and let's discuss this and take it forward. And thank you to Chandan. I hope he's there. Yeah, Chandan is here. Thank you, Chandan, for giving us this opportunity to come as a group and discuss, all the things going on with preschool and the problems that we are facing, and probably some solutions going forward. Thank you very much.
Right.
And thank you, Jitendra, for shepherding the whole lot of us this evening. So it was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So thank you so much, Jitendra. It was a wonderful moderation, in fact, and a right justice to the topic which we have selected thoughtfully is over an end. And I think people who will be witnessing and who have experienced this discussion so far, who have been attached with us, they would definitely, echo with the kind of efforts which the leaders like you have taken, in making the the difficulties into opportunities. And the most difficult phase which I feel is in the life of the early childhood, where you have to counsel not only a student but a parent and the people who are attached to that particular the family. In fact, you have to make them a surety virtually कि आपका बच्चा यहाँ पर safe है, सुरक्षित है. And the I'm very much echoing with the kind of efforts which you are told that कि एक बच्चे को बैठा के एक interaction करवाना is how difficult it is. So this is how the flow of the event of today's, which we have taken to let us start the session from preschools. हम इनका पहले mindset सुनते हैं, then move towards the school education, K-12, which I guess the eminent speakers are here to speak on, and I'm glad that they were here to at least listen the final talks of this discussion, so that would elevate them to a next level of discussion कि यहाँ से कहाँ लेके चलते हैं, and where for they will live, the higher education people will be grasping. And so this is how we made this blend going on. So thank you so much. I'm very happy to see you again, Ms. Kopal, Manjeet ma'am, Jitendra, TJ sir, and Sunal ma'am over here. We'll keep on organizing some stuff like that. And please promise me, वो आप लोग जो भी करने वाले हैं off the screen, ASMA will be a part of it. We'll be giving our full support and help in whatever way is needed to spread that communication. Even जो भी community or forum आप बनाने चाहते हैं, I am, I'll be glad if you give that opportunity to us as well.
That's a wonderful thought. They're very generous of you, Chandan. And just, as we depart, somehow, Chandan, I'm missing that little memento which you would have given to each of us, at the end of this talk. Had it been those regular times. Somehow I'm missing that.
Yes, ma'am. We will be missing, but virtually it will be coming to you. Yeah. Immediately after the session, e-certificates are coming.
That's on a lighter note, totally on a lighter note.
That touches missing. Even we are missing the networking, dinner time, the lunch time, the breakfast time, and we were eagerly waiting for that to come, and exchange of cards, shaking hands, sharing experiences. It's all, but we are very hopeful that those days will be coming soon.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chandan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Lovely. So the session is going so beautifully. Since the morning, we had our guest of honor, Honorable Minister from Nagaland, Temjen, our special guest, Mr. GR, the chairperson of InnoServ Group, and a very lovely blend and a very good discussion on the preschool and the early childhood education. And now we are, happy to see the eminent speakers which is representing the school lobby of the Indian education system. So before this, let me ask and request my backend team if you can please share this video which shows the success story of Education Leadership Conclave, and for what we are meeting on the concluding day of today. So a small video will just, make some highlights of how this 3 months webinar series has gone. And that will help us, can I please request the video to be played? Yes, thank you. I'm sure the session timing is getting late, but I guess this kind of videos will just showcase the kind of efforts which we have been putting in, making best that we are getting best of the best, who's who from the industry, from preschool to school to higher education. And 3 months of journey have invited more than 250 higher education institutes, 150 schools and preschools. We had blessed with almost 10,000 plus registration and attendees, and inviting and giving an opportunity of collaboration between the academia, corporate, and the government to understand and and educate each other how we are sailing across this disruptive era of pandemic. I'm very glad and very happy to see the faces which we used to, see few months back or in a year back. I'm happy to see Dr. Kavita Agarwal, chairperson of MISA, members of International School Association. We are meeting virtually after so long. So thank you so much for accepting our invitation, and we are blessed to have you that you are moderating this session. Thank you so much, ma'am. We are happy to see Mr. Anirudh Gupta, the CEO of DCM Group of Schools. Welcome at this forum, sir. Dr. Amrita Vora, the Director of Education, GEMS India Executive Principal, GEMS International School. Who doesn't know this brand? One of the very renowned and very international brand, not only in India, but across the globe. Very proud feeling, Amrita ji, to have you over here. Thank you so much for being over here. Mr. Roshan Gandhi, the CEO of City Montessori School. Thank you so much, sir. The first session we invited you when we started with the school panel discussion in the IEH event, which we did. And my congratulations to you, sir. The kind of professional growth and journey which you have been taking from director to CEO. My best wishes to your journey ahead. Thank you so much. You are representing one of the finest and the biggest school of the Central India and even the international, the Indian School of Education. I'm happy to see Ms. Seema Saini. She's the CEO and principal of NL Dalmia Educational Institute. Thank you for accepting our invitation, Seema ma'am. And Mandar Nam Joshi ji is the founder director from MAP Epic Communication Private Limited. Thank you so much, Mandar Joshi sir, for joining us over here. So without wasting much time, may I please hand over the virtual mic to Dr. Kavita. Ma'am, please take this over.
Thank you, Mr. Chetan. Thanks a lot. Good evening to all my panelists, and thank you, ASMA, for giving this platform to express our views and share all our experiences. This is one of the unique experiences which all of us have actually had in our lives. So far in our entire education career, or maybe in the lifetime, you must have never seen this kind of journey of 8 to 9 months which we have gone through, and it was absolutely shocking and a new turning in our life. So yes, with all our experiences, we emerged to be new leaders and new creators. So I welcome all my panelists, Dr. Amrita Vora, Mr. Roshan Gandhi. This is the second time I'm meeting him, Mr. Mandar, and Seema Saini. I think I happened to meet you in person also. So Mr. Anirudh Gupta. Today we are going to talk about that how the schools are going to shape up after COVID. So in earlier discussion, I have heard that panelists were talking about the preschool scenario at present condition. The preschools, the middle school or the school scenario is nothing very different, but it is little bit one up notch higher. We start with when we on 23rd of March, when we had a sudden shock and everything was shut down. The parents were shattered. The students were in a great dilemma and confusion. What's going on? What is happening? What suddenly happened? Teachers were totally in chaotic mood, and with my experience, I can see many teachers had actually given up. Ye humse nahi hoga. And the school was wondering that from where to provide the digital infrastructure to the education community. So we have crossed all these hurdles, and gradually within some weeks, we all were very much comfortable, and we all found our ways, we all found our means, and the education went on. the show must go on, and show went on. So it was, you can say, a learning experience for the students, for the teachers, for the parents, and for the schools too. But suddenly switching over from the physical environment to digital platform were really very much resistant task for the entire education community. The teachers had no training, and they were saying, how can we give the lessons? Parents were saying कि क्या मेरा बच्चा screen पे पढ़ सकता है? How it is possible? And the school says that we don't have that much of bandwidth, or the teachers had we don't have the gadgets, we can teach on the mobile. How much we can teach from the mobile? We as leader, it was very difficult for us to channelize everything, bring them into a nutshell, and deliver the best products to the students. So we have crossed a lot of difficulties and milestone, and eventually now today is the scenario that teachers are happy with the digital platform, parents are happy with the digital platform, and students are also happy. And with my experience, teachers do not want to come out of their own space, and they are very happily delivering the best of the lessons from home. But yes, we have to, we are waiting to hear the, बच्चों की किलकारियां सुनने के लिए. We want to actually see our kids. We want to see their chirpy noises. We want to see their musty in their faces, in their eyes. So we are waiting for them, and God, by the blessings of the God, the time will come very soon, maybe within 3 months or 4 months. And we are expecting that at least in Mumbai, the school for higher grades, that is from 9th to 12th, should start in the first week of January. Otherwise, exams are going to be a big problem. So this is the scenario, and now we have to start planning for the next academic year, that what are we going to supposed to do. Now we are so much ingrained and habituated with the gadgets and the screen. So automatically it is coming into our routine work that this much is physical, this much is virtual, this much is physical, this much is virtual. So now to channelize everything and not suddenly wean away everybody from the digital platform to the physical and physical to digital, it is a challenging task. We all need to be prepared for it, and everyone has different plan for the physical reopening. So I would like to now ask my panelists to request them to share their point of views and their planning, that how they are preparing their school for the future when the COVID scenario is getting subsided and we are free to move around. And also I would like all the panelists to please give you a brief introduction of some minute, and then you start with. So I start with Seema. Seema, you are handling such a big group of schools. You have higher education with you, and you have primary level education and pre-primary. Everything is with you. So what are your plans, and how have you conveyed it to your leader for the future education?
Thank you, Kavita ji. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here today on this platform. And as you rightly said, our school has right from playgroup to doctoral program. So from KG to PhD, PG and PhD, that's the kind of journey that a child would go through. And as you rightly said, 22nd March, 23rd March, and without batting an eyelid, we had to just move on. And if I would believe, and I say so, that human beings have been designed to adapt themselves to the changing environment quickly. It's not just the survival of the fittest. I would say it is the survival of the smartest and the quickest. So how soon can you take on the responsibilities and rise to the unprecedented challenges that COVID-19 brought in was the name of the game, I would say. We at that point of time, we didn't think of it as I'm speaking right now. It was that we thought it's probably 15 days, a month, 2 months, but we need to, it's a Chinese virus, right? So it's made in China. It would go off as soon as it came in on a lighter note. That's as lightly we put it. And we took on to our ERP systems that was existent, to our online, we were doing digital classrooms were always there. So we were working on some of the flipped classroom approaches and some things which our teachers took on very smoothly. And they took it on very smoothly because we thought, why waste time? There is so much that is packed into one academic year. There is so much that needs to be done in one academic year. So why waste time? At least the academic part can be taken care of now. And then because education is holistic. When you talk of education, it is not just academic, it becomes social and mental and creative and lots of factors, physical, and a lot of factors come into being. So we just started off with the academic aspects initially, thinking that, oh, activities and co-curricular cannot happen online. So I'm talking with the school in mind right now because we are on the school, this particular forum or platform is for the panel discussion is for school education. So immediately we started off with the academic aspect, but gradually we realized that you can even bring in all your other activities in some form or the other, and teaching and education can still be holistic. And we started introducing those programs. Focus was very much on concept, but definitely we had the interaction to be integrated. We realized one thing, that all the training that was happening in the school year after year, our workshops, our training programs that were conducted annually and on weekends, Saturdays, like we follow the CPD method, the continuous professional development, very smoothly, we could use all of that. And that is why seamlessly we could take it on. Otherwise, Google Suite and all of these coachings or training programs we had done for our teachers 2-3 years back. And they were not using it to that optimum level. It was only the higher classes, the ISC level or the 11th and 12th and 9th onwards who were more adept and who were using this much more. The junior teachers were not using that as much. But when the COVID came in and we had to go online, all of that happened very smoothly. So like I said, I believe that this virtual teaching is an absolute necessity and is here to stay. The other day I was in a panel where I heard that because this vaccination, definitely we know it's not for people below 18 years of age. So a vaccination has not yet been made for children from the age of 0 to 18. And it would take another 2 years probably for that to come through. So do you think our schools would be, they are without children right now, but education is on. We've not stopped education. So, and this needs to continue. We cannot stop that. How are we going to be doing it? I think as we are growing, we are evolving. And we understand one thing very clearly. Man's mind, once stretched by an idea, will never regain to its original form. So the dimensions keep changing. So now we are going to be with this form in a blended manner, in a hybrid manner, as some of them used the word. I would call it blending it. Now, blending online and offline, again, we have to think in two phases. It's if we maintain the social distancing, we call only half of the students to school, and half of them would be online, and half of them would be offline. So blending it this way, as well as blending it with a flipped classroom approach. Some segments of your academics go online and some segments go offline. So that's going to be the norm of the, once things begin to normalize, we will never be what we were. I remember every panel or every conclave that we would go in, people would talk of 19th century curriculum, 20th century teachers, 21st century learners. We've been hearing it so often, but this is changing. This is definitely changing in a way now. There is nothing to fall back on because there is no past history showing us this kind of, coming to terms with this pandemic with education. So this has to be done with a different viewpoint. And that is going to be your blended approach, your hybrid approach in education. Yeah, so I would leave the platform open to others as well, or particular questions coming from you, and be a pleasure to take that.
Thank you so much, Seema. It was nice to know the best practices in your organization. And I know it's a very, very big group, and it's a big challenge to implement a lot of new things in your organization. But as blended learning is a future, and we are going to face a lot of hurdles to adapt this blended learning, because once the parent is paying a fees, he is expecting that the child should be getting 100% actually the face-to-face program. And not only the academics, even the co-curricular part they should be getting. Otherwise, all of us are facing the same problem, that parents are not paying the fees and the schools are struggling financially. So I would like to ask Mr. Roshan Gandhi, who also is a CEO of chain of schools of City Montessori, and there you have got a large group of school children. So do you think that how these parents and the teachers and the students are going to adapt to blended learning, and what will be their point of view towards the blended learning? Because catering to a large group of segment, it's a real challenge. Over to Mr. Roshan Gandhi.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you so much for having me, and great to see all the respected co-panelists here today. Really important question. I personally feel that the acceptance of the idea of blended learning has already happened amongst our school leaders. That's the feeling that I'm getting. I think there's a strong understanding that this is here to stay, that this is actually important, that this is effective, that this is powerful. I think they actually like it. And so I think the acceptance has been quite natural as a result of everything that has happened. So now the question is, how do we disseminate that acceptance to every teacher and to every parent? And so that's the interesting question which we're all grappling with at the moment at our chain of schools. And to some extent, you know, I almost want to say it's not my job to answer that question. And the reason I say that is this, that in order to define the right model of blended learning, a lot more experimentation needs to happen. So my job is to create the environment in which the principals and the teachers have space to try different models of blended learning, to document their findings, to communicate with each other and learn from each other about what works, what doesn't work, and to build that organizational learning. And then only will we have a secure model of blended learning that'll work in the future. Right now, today, it is too early for me, or I think any school leader, to really say with confidence that this is the exact model of blended learning that we are going to pursue going forward. Now, I'm very fortunate that in our system, because it's so large, we can pilot different things in different places. Across our different branches, we can try, in one place, we might have a model of blended learning, which is like a hybrid model, some days at home, some days in school. In another branch, you might have a model where everyone is going to be in the school, but they'll have laptops in the class and they'll be working through the system. In another branch, we can try a model where, you know, some mix of these things. Everything is possible. And then over time, we will generate learning of what is more effective, what is the impact of each type of intervention. And then on the basis of all of this evidence and learning, we can proceed with a firm model that will become the standard practice in our schools, and maybe the standard practice beyond our schools as well. So that's really where I'm at right now. It's too early to say this is the model of blended learning and that is not the model of blended learning. Everyone is experimenting and learning and innovating and trying new things right now.
Thank you, Mr. Gandhi. Thank you very much. Every school has a center specific need, and they are actually working on their needs according to their own arrangements and own availability of the resources and everything. But when we switch over to blended learning, we need a lot of resources. We need a big digital platform. We need a big IT infrastructure. I would like to pose this question to Dr. Amrita, who's the Director of Education. And can you please tell us that how a school which is not equipped with actually IT infrastructure will be able to manage the blended learning in future?
Please unmute you.
Yeah. Thank you for the question, Dr. Kavita. And thank you, ASMA, for providing this opportunity to all of us to deliberate here. And thanks, my fellow panelists. I think I agree with a lot of thoughts that have already been shared by my co-panelists. Very pertinent question again. If there is no technology available, How does the school manage? That is going to be a challenge, definitely. Well, we'll see two kinds of scenarios. One is, I now say it's no longer the age of roti, kapda and makan. We have now moved to the age of roti, kapda, makan and internet. It's not only education. You think of our lives every day, and not just after the pandemic, but also right before the pandemic. I think the digital divide is a very key concern. It's not only when it comes to education, but in a lot of arenas of livelihood today. So that access has to be provided. It's a much larger question than education. In schools where there is no technology, I am sure even today, and I know many friends of mine, because I've also had the privilege, thankfully, to work with some of the CSR projects that the organization has, and some of the government projects and so on. So with private schools and also those where in very small villages in India, a lot is happening. In fact, sometimes a lot more is happening on the side of relationship building, because the relationship and the bonds that a teacher and a student have are here to stay. I think there was a lot of talk before the pandemic about, the robo teacher is there and will the teachers be replaced one day by some sort of technology and so on. At least one thing that's become very clear to everybody after this pandemic is that the one most important person is the teacher. No school is better than its teachers. And at GEMS, we've always firmly believed in that, and the Varkey Foundation. And this year, we all can be very proud that a Maharashtrian Indian teacher has actually won the Global Teacher Prize. So when there's no substitute for a teacher, anything and everything in a child's education, apart from lots and lots of things which will have different effect sizes as per so much research that is there, will be possible in so much that we do. But what is one of the most topmost things is a passionate engagement with learning, which the teacher makes happen. And we will see, we've all seen earlier and we've all seen now, that what's evolving, like human beings evolve, education must evolve too. And what's evolving today, I think after the pandemic, has evolved the 21st century teacher. You have them here. We've already grown one full generation in this century. We've been talking about the 4 C's and so much more, the 21st century skills and all of that since so long now. But now is the time when genuinely education became self-directed for the child. When genuinely, probably for the first time, learning was student-centric. We've been talking about student-centric learning and in CPT programs and systems, but here was a situation where teachers were saying, okay, now how do I discipline this guy? Now I have no control. Well, we didn't need control. The whole idea is that when we talk about student-centric learning, and if we've been able to do it here, and if we've been able to match this challenge, which in a lot of ways many of us have, I think that's the beauty. That's going to stay with us. And Gurgaon in particular, where we have a lot of schools, and my school that I'm running is here. We've had from extended winter break to extended summer break to extended, now we've also had pollution holidays and so on. So we've had to suffer at all those different, kind of reasons, or there is some sort of riot breakout or some political rally and so on. So for everything, at the end of the day, the school has to figure out a way. How do we manage now? Oh, there's syllabus and so on and so forth. Now we know. Now at least we know the way. It has to be hybrid. I think every parent here. So I think somebody talked about acceptance. Roshan said a very key thing, that there's a lot of acceptance among school leaders, but what about acceptance among parents and acceptance among teachers? Well, honestly, I'm seeing a whole lot of acceptance among teachers also, because they are seeing the advantages. We were trying for ages, but for the first time, teachers have realized the advantages of using data.
Just check her internet, na?
Yeah. So we're realizing for the first time the advantages of using data. And I mean, teachers are using data. Teachers are genuinely talking about it and saying, no, I figured in this, and at a snapshot, I got this after I tried this app, and so on and so forth. So now I'll reach out to this child like that, and so on. Earlier, we were probably trying to get them to do these things, encourage them, motivate them. Now it's working the other way around. So that's the beauty of it. I think one of the ways CPD worked in our schools is that with joint practice development, every teacher was really teaching the other, and everybody was learning. Teachers moved from being sage on the stage years ago to what we've all been calling facilitators since quite a few years now. Now we're all co-learners. Now it's no longer facilitators also. That too has changed. So yes, it is already hybrid, and we are all exploring different ways. In our schools in Dubai, the hybrid model has been on since a while, and a lot of action research has been on since a while, and lots has already been done, and it's working well. Even in Gurgaon, for a few days, schools opened, the government allowed. With parent consent, we had, with social distancing, we had a few children in the class and a few children on the screen for the teacher right there. And the class was, so we had certain sample lesson plans. This one will work, no, this way. So we did a lot of all that. And we now have something that works ready, and everybody is very excited about it. There will be always apprehensions. There will be always change management required. And we'll do it, I think. And this is only going to go forward and get better.
In fact, with all our experience of 8 to 9 months, we all have actually devised our own strategy, and we have come to some comfort level. But now, since the school is going to reopen and we are in habit of online teaching, by naturally it will come into the teachers behavior that, okay, if this thing is going face to face, why can't I substitute other thing with online? So I would like to ask Mr. Anirudh Gupta, who's the CEO of BCM Group of Schools, that technology is not a substitute replacement for the teacher, but it can always add on to the teaching. So how are you going to prepare, or rather you have plans to prepare your group of schools for a tech-enabled school, or what advancement you would like to bring in that?
Thank you, Dr. Kavita. And at the outset, let me thank Chandan for organizing this wonderful event, Education Leaders Conclave. So coming to the point raised by Dr. Kavita, you see, we are now going to be next 20 days 75 years old as an organization. Fine. We are of
congratulations
vintage, and I have been a very, very strong advocate of integration of technology, not only in terms of academics, but also assessment, administration, data management, everything. So luckily, fortunately, in our group of schools, technology has already been in vogue and in use for almost, last 2 decades. However, as we all feel that this pandemic has, certainly acted as a catalyst, while it has transformed the centuries-year-old chalk and talk, the face-to-face teaching methodologies into one driven by technology. So it has also, this disruption in delivery of education, in functioning of schools, has also, pushed all of us, all the policymakers, school heads, leaders, organizations, to figure out that, what's the way forward, how to re-strategize, restructure, and reboot. So as I said that we started working on this aspect, even before the pandemic, and all our schools, they've been the Microsoft Showcase schools. So whether talking about the ERP or talking about the visitor management or talking about the data management, assessment, everywhere, we have been using technology much before the lockdown. And 2 years back, we had started one program wherein we thought of, making every teacher and every official and staff on the campus IT literate. All right from, how to manage your emails to making PPTs to, editing a video to creating the content. So we started it early, and it actually helped, as Dr. Amrita was mentioning that, the pitfalls of being in a place like Gurgaon. So a lot of our schools are, in rural hinterland and in border area, where, if there is, any kind of aggression from across the border, we have to overnight, we see quick reaction teams and, a lot of action happening in our area. And at times, the schools become inaccessible. So we have seen floods, we have seen wars, we have seen Indo-Pak wars. Probably that is how, the system evolved, over the period of time and became more resilient. And, that came as a, kind of added advantage to us, because we already, were using technology for a lot of such areas. And this last 2 years of, initiative of making every teacher tech savvy, and not only teachers, the entire admin staff, the non-teaching staff. So it already, was there. And post-pandemic, when we had to switch over from face-to-face to a total virtual platform, I'm happy to share that, our teachers took it to this, adapted to this change as, fish takes to water. Fine. So I mean, it didn't take much effort for us, to switch on to the virtual platform. And now, looking forward, since, I mean, a lot of things have changed, we have now virtual PTMs, we have proctored assessments, even the way we are conducting events have changed, earlier, whenever they used to be, because, we are having a lot of programs, in addition to just completion of curriculum. We have Hope, we have SLEP, we have SciSec, which is Civil Services Aspirants Club. We have a lot of academic programs and academic initiatives over and above the normal, education delivery. So earlier the children had to be called for extra classes on Sundays, on holidays, for all these extra initiatives. Now, it's very convenient, after the regular class, children to stay back. Those who are preparing for competitive exams, they go into different classrooms. Those who are preparing for civil services, or those who are working on some projects under the, ATL and, some other, we also set up some incubation cells, and I'm happy to share that today we launched, the Junior Student Research Fellowship Program, where, we have been, putting the students into the area of research and innovation right from class 6th onwards. So the teachers have been trained, and earlier we were using the, content procured from other organizations. Now we have started creating our own content. We also started designing and, kind of setting up of our own ERP system, our own assessment system, and Microsoft tools, Note, OneSway, we were using earlier also. Now for different aspects of education, like, the appraisal of staff, so we are using Google Sheets extensively. Whatever our teacher is doing, at the end of the day, she just updates her Google Sheet, and right from the coordinator to the vice principal to the principal and somebody sitting in head office, they can easily see and monitor, and it's also very convenient to have the class observations. Physically going to different classes, earlier was a challenge. Fine. So a lot of class observations are happening, a lot of remedial action program has been done. So this pandemic, my heart goes out to all the people who have suffered physically, financially, health-wise. But otherwise, I think, this pandemic, as far as K-12 education is concerned, it's been a game changer. I mean, what we were not able to achieve and push, in the last so many decades, like things are now happening on its own. There's a greater acceptability and adaptability. So earlier, to ask the teachers to attend some webinars and some seminars and some training sessions, I mean, it really used to take make them attend those seminars and those sessions. But now, I mean, they are happily attending all these online webinars and training sessions, and they are really upskilling them. And we have very, very carefully conceived and drafted, as we were talking about, the capacity building programs. And I'm happy that our teachers in the last 6 months, they've really evolved. I keep interacting with a lot of them. They're really happy, and the only aspect what is troubling teachers, students, and everybody, that now they just want to come back to the school. I mean, fine, the education will continue in the hybrid mode, and which has to be a concoction of chalk and talk and the virtual education. But everybody is yearning to come back to the school. It reminds me, when teachers tell me, the principals tell me, sir, school kab open ho rahe hain, when we can come to the school. So I remind them, earlier they used to ask, sir, can we have a holiday? Sir, please Diwali holidays extend kar dijiye. So please, can we have additional 2 holidays? So it reminds me of those 2 Hindi lines, that, मांगते थे खुदा से फुर्सत की दुआ, कभी सोचा ना था कि ऐसा वक्त आएगा. So everybody is now just looking forward to come to the school, and I'm happy that we are all set. Security paraphernalia, or the sanitization aspect, the hygiene aspect, lot of wonderful initiatives we have conceived, and we have incorporated in the last couple of months. We already started class on wheels also. The students who are not able to attend the online classes due to some internet issues, or maybe they are in a very remote areas, we are using where teacher is going to that villages and those cluster of villages to have them some doubt clearing sessions and all. So we are very, very happy that like things like coding, artificial intelligence, design thinking, lot of things are happening. And I think all said and done, pandemic has really accelerated our technological growth, I'll say. Thank you, Dr. Kavita.
So good to hear from you that there are a lot of things have gone in planning, lot of efforts, energy, and thinking, rethinking, everything has gone into planning. Now, hearing all the panelists, I feel that we all are from the background where we can, our schools or our managements can actually afford the resources, and they can actually cater to the need of the hour. But what about the schools, those who do not have this digital platform, they don't have internet connectivity, they don't have resources? So I would like to have the views from Mr. Mandar that there is a digital divide witnessed across the country. So how schools will tackle it? Because we all have resources, we all have gadgets, we all have trade hats, but there is another segment of the society which is actually deprived of. So what suggestion or what kind of a point of view you would like to express on it?
Thank you, Kavita madam. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
I would first like to introduce myself. I am not an educationist by that means. I don't have any schools as such, but I am into branding of schools for last 22 plus years, and dealing with several educational institutes across Maharashtra. I am into development of some educational product which will help a child to learn. According to me, to educate is to entice. If you want to entice a children, this was a fantastic period where we could have entice a child to learn something which is not there into his curriculum, which is not there into his syllabus, and which is not there into his day-to-day activity into the school. We took that opportunity and we designed few products which are probably depending upon the rote learning system which we used to inculcate in the prior days. Tables of fractions and tables and mathematics by learning hard and by reciting the tables. We created a product called Ankanad, which we took across Maharashtra along with the government of Maharashtra. We are organizing one competition of reciting tables, just tables. Now, tables will probably build their fundamentals about the education. In the period where they are not able to go to the teachers, in the period where they are not able to go to the schools, and me myself, I believe in home learning for the children as such. I don't mean to say that the schools has to be shut down, but the issue is at present moment, we were bounded to go for an home learning option. So if that was a situation wherein teachers were not able to play their natural roles, neither the students, I think parents had a perfect role of bridging the gap between children and students, because it's not that we have put some fees, we have put the children before a gazette and then taken to the required environment. We have given all that and then now he will study his own. No, the pandemic has given a situation before us saying that we need to rethink and re-evaluate the education system altogether. Because, see, initially it was one teacher and a children, or an affectionate war between, or an affectionate affair between them as an education. But now it is not there. The affection is not there and the one-to-one touch is not there. So we need to first and primarily think about developing a different way of learning. We need to think and plan about a different syllabus altogether. The syllabus or the structure or the evaluation pattern which comes after the syllabus, all that has to be rethink, revised if we have to have technology in future. Because at present moment, technology is taken as a stopgap arrangement between the pandemic and the school to reopen. Blending it all together and all that is need of our, I certainly agree to that. But it's not possible to just blend in 2 or 3 flip-flop and something like that. It needs to be thoroughly changed as a syllabus, because if you have to have a different platform altogether to teach children, we need only to entice the children to learn themselves. That is what I feel, and we should probably take that opportunity in that manner.
Thank you so much. About your experience and vision for sharing these small things and replacing the traditional method with the digital technology. Now I would like to ask each and every panelist to tell us in 2 to 3 lines that what is your vision about technologically abled classroom, or you're planning for another 3 years, because we are just finishing our COVID era probably. And after that, there are going to be a lot of thinking and rethinking, redesigning and creation. And we are going to actually follow absolutely new scenario in the education. So according to you, what it will be within the 3 years of time, because these are the most crucial times, and the entire future of education depends on this particular change. So Seema, I would like to share your views first.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kavita. So definitely what you just said, I agree with that, that we have to look at the coming 3 years with the the changes that have taken place. How are we going to go forward and what are we going to adopt? I believe that we just resonate with one thought, definitely, that learning cannot be restricted to just the classrooms. It has to go beyond the classrooms. It has to go beyond the curriculum also. Because when we say education is continuous, and that's the basic premise of any progress, in whether in family, in society. So how do we continue this in a way when everything is remote? or even when we come back and we are blending this approach together, how do we ensure that we switch over seamlessly from online to offline to blending it to flipping it, all of those terminologies that we have used, how do we incorporate the whole thing together? I think adaptive teaching is extremely important. That is going to be one word. Teachers, I don't know, my internet connection is a little unstable, but I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, you are.
So, as I was saying, adaptive teaching is one way where teachers will have to gauge how much of learning is happening and to then individualize or personalize the learning, though we are remote or even when we come together, because the teaching has to be concept oriented, which we do even now. But we have to tweak all of that in this new scenario where teaching learning can become more adaptive. We also need to look at various psychological aspects of children, where counseling has always been there in school. But I think now what we ended up doing, which I think we need to look at it in a different way and bring it on, sessions for our parents where behavior can be managed of children, because like one of the panelists mentioned in the earlier panel, or was it here only, that now parents are also looking at their children. How focused are they? How much are they? How attentive are they? How much are they participating in the learning process? How much are they able to learn? The micro aspect of the learning process is what parents are visualizing or looking at when the children are learning. So certain tips for parents as well, counseling, giving back to the society. Now, Kavita ma'am, you had asked a previous question of how do we bridge the digital divide, which I think we need to understand. We are probably privileged, we are fortunate, we are in the urban areas. We have children coming from families where resources are available to them and things can get managed. But that's not what the entire country is all about. So how do we bring that in our students, in our children, whether it's their tablets, their old gadgets, their devices, how do they give back to the society that we can bring in all of that together? You rightly mentioned Global Teachers Award going to a teacher from a municipal school, a Zilla Parishad school in rural Maharashtra, and how that teacher was innovative, using the best practices or finding, being motivated, being engaged, having that zeal is important to innovate and to find a path forward, which the teacher did, Mr. Ranjit Singh, the teacher who won the award. He did that, whether using the QR code or whatever. So even if the digital divide may be there, I'm sure at the government level, some infrastructural foundation is being laid. And we are fortunate in a way that, okay, our telecommunication networking is growing and has reached even remote places. And because of this telecommunication change that happened, a wave that had come a couple of years back, more and more people have been able to join in. If a concerted effort is put in by each one of us, even this divide can be bridged. And if this divide, it's going to be another I think year or 2 years before everything will be seamless. I think for the country to be there, a lot needs to go in. But if each individual does that, if that is possible, take it as my social responsibility rather than the corporate social responsibility. And then probably we'll be able to bridge that divide for the entire country. As for us in our schools, teachers will have to refine again, reboot, we have done that, but refining our processes, have adoptive and adaptive technologies and processes, I think that will pave the way. That's what are my 2 bits on it.
Dr. Kavita, I'm sorry I'm intervening here. I have another meeting in next 5 minutes. So I just to add on to what Ms. Seema was saying. Number one, the cost of technology is coming down. Fine. And I think between the have and have nots, it won't be much effort to like whether I'm talking about the cost of internet or the cost of equipment. So that should not be much an issue. Subsequently, the government is also chipping in. Government is mindful of the fact that how to bridge this digital divide, and a lot of now free resources, open resources available in the market. Most of these platforms, they are free of cost, and a lot of organizations are chipping in to help the schools and help the students, with socio-economic disadvantaged group. Like, one of our friends, Sonu Sood, he has been helping a lot of students, getting gadgets and, all those things. And under the NEP also, and otherwise also, even the schools, which have this kind of infrastructure and which have the, financial bandwidth, they've also been asked to, help the other schools and adopt the other schools and the children, those who do not have access to technology and the gadgets and the equipment. Even, we can train their teachers, we can adopt such schools, and we can, reach out to such students also. Maybe we can, have some additional gadgets, which some of the families they have, and we can have such programs where they can donate those gadgets, and we can, get them refurbished, or we can get new gadgets and provide them to the schools. So a lot of options, I'm sure, will evolve over the period of time. And ultimately, as we all believe, it's digitize or perish. So I think, this by end of 2024, I was reading certain data that more than 90% of the Indian households will have the access to internet and mobile phones. So it's just a matter of time. I think, technology is the need of the hour. Technology is the future. This issue, which we have at the moment, is going to be sorted out very soon. And in every village, a remote village, every school, the government, like in Punjab, the government has already made 500 schools as smart schools. Fine. So a lot of efforts are on the anvil, and I'm sure that technology will reach out to every single child and every single school in the length and breadth of the country. Thank you, thank you, thank you all of you. Regards.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anirudh Gupta. You're running short of time, so no, you can. I think you can take your time. I don't stop you.
Thank you, Chandan.
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much for
Kavita.
your presence and sharing your views. So now I would like to request Dr. Amrita Vora said if you can share your views in quickly, so we can sum up the whole event.
Thank
Yes.
you, Raji. So like many of my panelists have said, technology is here to stay. And there is also a question that somebody has put in the chat box. So I will try and answer both the things. One is, this is for the first time that education has genuinely transcended space and time. The idea of distance, space and time, it is transcended. We, in so many ways, have seen that this pandemic, although very painful in multiple ways, is also actually an opportunity which has shown us so much and radically transformed so much, right? What has happened is, just one example I'll take, that during this last year, my children have experienced more than 136 other schools in student exchange programs, because things are virtually possible now. Right? Earlier, we were doing it, but it was tougher. And you had, as a parent or as a school, hundreds of things to consider if the child is physically going from one place to another. And there was a cost attached. Now, this is free of cost. This is possible. And this is so beautifully happening. And the world is a global village. And this is how it is going to be. It's only going to get more complicated than this as far as the world around our children go. Think of 50 years from now, or even 20 years from now. What is their world going to be like? Are we really preparing them for that, with just still continuing in the 19th century ways of working? So what is important for them is to build this cross-cultural empathy, not just empathy for here and now, but cross-cultural empathy, and genuinely build empathy. What is very important is for parents and teachers and children to work as one unit. I think since ages, senior educators and education research has said that. And this is the first time when the classroom has actually entered the house. And parents are seeing every single day what exactly goes on. And there is a heightened sense of respect that we are all every day seeing. I mean, we are flooded with thank you notes from parents, because they are, even if there were people who complained earlier, maybe, and who maybe tried to find fault with the teacher, after some initial hiccups, They have realized what kind of effort goes in. They have seen it for themselves, and they've seen, okay, this is genuine, and this is wonderful. That's why we've been able to forge such beautiful bonds. These days, we're doing something called Brew House 2020, wherein there are virtual visits. So teachers are every day, apart from care calls and so on, it's like a virtual visit where the family comes together and the child shares about siblings and this, that, and lots. This year has been so phenomenal for all of us. 2020 is come, I think we'll remember it forever, right? So
Yes.
Every family has so much to share.
Yes.
And that bond is important. Human relationships are important. While technology is an enabler, it can become a demon. It is equally an isolator. Like today, we have a conference. We would have had so much informal discussion apart from all the formal stuff that we all have said, right? Within a conference like this, with the same organizers. But here we are, we'll all quickly have cut and dried discussions here. That's not how education can work. So, the most important thing that I'm proud of today is that even my pre nursery child or my nursery child, if in a normal school day on a Sunday they would nudge their parents, आज स्कूल क्यों बंद है, वो अभी भी ये स्कूल ऐसे वर्चुअली चल रहा है, फिर भी वो बच्चे बोलते हैं आज आज मेरी मैम क्यों नहीं आई इधर, आज I'm missing her. So
Yes.
there's a bond is there. That is important.
That
And
is
that is everything, really. The rest
Great.
all goes.
That's true. That's
Dr. Vora, great. Very, very enlightening experience and enriching experience. So a pandemic is like, it's a history now. It will come in the books. Mr. Mandar, in 2 sentences, how will you sum up everything?
Yeah, this pandemic has provided us to give a different thought, different way of thinking. Am I audible? I'm not supposed.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it has provided us the educators, because children are there, they don't have any thought of educating themselves. It is we who want to educate them. So this has given a very different way and different approach altogether. We should take this as an opportunity. As long as haves and have not, we should at least plan to have some kind of remedy for the have-nots, because every time it's those who have can get everything, and those who don't have are always deprived. But there can be certainly some remedies. Along with the government of Maharashtra, we have taken one initiative of reciting, which I just now said. And we have got a fantastic response from the nooks and corners of Maharashtra, right from Chandrapur to Konkan, and where we are not supposed to get the connectivity and all that part even. But children are participating in receiving the fundamentals and tables and all that. So we need to at least think of consolidating their fundamentals in this period where we are facing and we don't have an alternative designed to get accustomed with. So till that period, we should at least focus on the fundamentals of the education, and then probably with some new policy, because again, the NEP which is coming is designed with the same pattern, one-to-one and a classroom pattern. So it is not directly with the...
So with technology, we can do wonders. With technology, we can reach the remotest place. So we can say that technology, actually the pandemic has given one gift, that is technology.
Right.
Am I right, Mr. Mandar?
Yeah,
absolutely. One gift which we all have received is the technology. And the actually real world has come into classroom through VR, AR, and also with various apps. So now the future learning will all be blended learning, and future learning will be more realistic. Future learning will be more meaningful for the students, and the responsibility and accountability will be shared with the parents, with the school, and with the teachers, and with the mentors and the students, everybody. So with this note, I would like to sum up the entire discussion And I thank all the panelists for giving their wonderful experiences and the discussion forum and panel. Thank you so much, panel, and thank you so much, ASMA, for a great platform which was really fruitful, and we all could share and learn that how the world is going to be in near future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kavita ji. It was, in
Chandan,
fact,
and thank you, ASMA.
yeah. A lovely moderation, Kavita ji, done by you, and
thank you.
Quite justice to that. The topic which we have selected for the day is how technology can bring about a few age school education. So much of there is to talk about. 40 minutes, 45 minutes, or maybe 1 hour is not a a right time for
I'm
this.
really sorry to cut short, Mr. Mandar, because of the time constraints. I'm really sorry.
Right. No issue, ma'am, but I am
Absolutely.
always welcome. I am always available to discuss about this because we need to plan something which is fruitful.
Sure.
So thank you so much for joining us over here. Thank you so much, Kavita ma'am. Anirudh Gupta ji, he has to leave early. Then Roshan Gandhi, he has to leave early. Dr. Amrita ma'am, thank you so much for joining over here. Seema Saini ji and Mandar Nam Joshi ji. And my best wishes, Namdar ji, for the kind of innovative work which you are doing. And my best wishes and all the best for your initiatives. I think the kind of highlights which you have laid today would be something productive and useful for the educational institutions, and they'll be reaching out to you for the same.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us over here.
Thank you.
So the time is running a little late. I would be requesting, as per the agenda format, another important speaker for the day. Let me invite Mr. Saurabh Kulkarni. He's the business head of FMA Digital, and he'll be talking about the role of digital marketing in 2019 to achieve admissions and branding goal. Let us understand and hear more from Saurabh how FMA can help us transform our business outputs. Over to you, Saurabh.
Thank you so much, Chandan, and a very good evening to everyone present here, the dignitaries and the respected audience here. I know that we have just a couple of minutes before the next session starts, so let me just share the screen with all of you and begin. Chandan, I think you'll have to give me the rights.
Rights. Team, please provide.
Saurabh, it's already given. You can directly share.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Great. So I hope you are able to see this slide. I'll be speaking about the role of digital marketing to achieve the admissions and branding goals amid COVID-19, right? So let me just start with this. This is my favorite slide, actually. I'm sure everybody present here would agree with this slide that admissions, branding is not a game of luck. A lot of meticulous effort, a lot of thought, a lot of strategy has to be put in place to achieve the success that we are all looking for. And I like to relate it with a game of chess because you also have to plan your strategies carefully against the competitor that is there playing against you. Let's look at some of the top challenges being faced by higher education. So the top ones are naturally the stagnant enrollments, the poor quality of leads, the insufficient leads that they are receiving. The other three are mostly related from the brand standpoint, lackluster brand presence and weak brand positioning, right? So add on to that the fact that uncertainties like COVID-19 show up, and it just it makes everything uncertain. The universities are perplexed about what to do, how to plan the next move here. And this presents us with a new word, right? We are now familiar with the new terminology called as new normal. A lot of vice chancellors, presidents, directors, they are all wondering whether new normal actually is equal to new problems or is it something else, right? So let's look at the current situation quickly. So what is happening with everywhere is that campuses are shut, right? We know what is happening around. 91% of the children across the world are at home during this pandemic. There are growing enrollment concerns which every university and institution is facing. The economy is under lockdown, right? And a lot of COVID-19 is actually reshaping the landscape of education, for the future. So we all know we have leaders here in the panel, in the audience, and they are working long hours with a lot of stress. And in the last 7-8 months, there has been a growing reliance, growing dependence on website and the digital front. Now, I don't to add the fact itself is that the canvas of digital marketing is very vast, right? There are so many practices, so many platforms. There are new ones that are coming up. So because of which a lot of top stakeholders ask this question, right? Which is the right strategy to adopt? Which is the how to navigate through this uncertainty, right? Amid this crisis. So what we believe here in FMA is that new normal equal to new opportunities. And I was going through a very recent survey by QS, and what it shows is something which everybody of one of you will be interested. So which sources of information have you found to be most useful when researching a university? They were actually doing a study across the student community, and this is what they found: student and parents. So 76% responded that official university website is what they refer to. They 60% rely on general online search. 37% go to course finder websites. 34% on social media channels. So you can see that a lot of them are actually relying on the online channels to search for the right information for the university or institution that they're shortlisting. So what that means is that the whole dynamics needs to be play out in a very harmonious manner, right? Keeping website at the hub, and strategizing social media campaigns around publishing blogs which are of high value, high quality, publishing videos which give a virtual experience to the parents and the students who are searching for the right university, etc. So this is how it needs to play out very harmoniously for the students and parents to make a constructive, positive decision towards the university of their choice. So which are the top elements of admission and branding that one needs to consider, right? So we all know that virtual experience matters a lot because we are not able to visit the actual campus during these times. And therefore we need to introduce virtual campus tours of the facilities of the campus. Maybe have meetings of the deans, the director, chairman speaking in a video format. We need to bring the campus live through videos, through the photos on the website. So digital is essentially the word of mouth. That's what it is right now. And so naturally, website, email, mobile app, these are all growing, getting prominence. They are becoming more and more essential in this search, right? So at this point, at this juncture, what universities and institutions are really looking for is a reliable partner who understands higher education deeply and who has been there, done that with driving campaigns that have worked for universities and institutions well. Someone who has an agile team to cater to the dynamic needs that they are facing. And this is where we come in. We are a leading digital marketing agency focused exclusively on the education sector. So across India, 100 plus universities, institutions, and schools, the reputed ones, they all trust us for all their branding, admission needs. We are 7 years old. We are headquartered in Pune, and delivery centers in Bangalore, Delhi, and Mumbai. So these are some of the reputed names that we are working with. So we have also recently onboarded Chitkara University and Shobhit University as our client. And so we work with established brands who have in-house teams but are looking to partner with someone like us who can deliver their goals. And we also work with many brands, many institutions who don't have in-house teams and are looking to partner with a growth partner like us who can help them achieve their goals. These are some more schools, also some from early education that we are working with. So this is a summary of our services, right from generating higher ROI lead generation campaigns to social media campaigns to stellar websites to running search engine optimization strategies. We have some wonderful case studies to share with all of you who are interested. So at the end of this slide presentation, I'll be sharing my email address. Those who want to understand how we can benefit them, their school, their universities or institution or schools, please drop a message to me. I'll be happy to share the details to you. Right. So we are here to help you and your team help achieve all your goals in the new normal. And so we are giving away a complimentary audit to everyone who is interested, whether it is online reputation or website or SEO audit or social media audit. So this is my final slide. Which of your top marketing challenges can we solve today? These are my coordinates. I request anyone who is interested to please note them down and reach out to me. My team will be reaching out to the panel members here and the audience today regarding the complimentary audit. So that was my time. Thank you so much, everyone here. And I pass on the mic back to Chandan. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, Saurabh, for making us understand what FMA is into, and that was really quick. Thanks for understanding the timelines which we are following. So, moving ahead to the next panel, I would again request the backend team to kindly operate a small video that shows the success story of Education Leadership Conclave, which has been partnered and powered by No Paper Forms and UniApply. And let me thank these two organizations under a single umbrella, which has helped us leveraging this opportunity to transform and help transform, the traditional mode of education to the digital mode of education, and let us understand and surf more of the websites of NPF and UniApply to help you understand how these two organizations are doing their delivery best in giving you an optimum solution. I was speaking that time, I would requesting my backend team to kindly operate that small video that shows the success story of 3 months long webinar series. And today is the concluding day where we have been meeting up. The event started. The backend team, can you please help me in starting the video, please? September was the first day, and with this 3 months, 30 sessions, 10,000 students registered, 7 pages. This slide shows you the partners which helped us in organizing this event. The remaining speakers from government will be liberating on this slide shows you the speakers from higher education. Leaders from preschool and preschool education of India. And some of the experts and the tech leaders of the industry. Thank you. So, with this, let me introduce the very important session for the day. In fact, a preschool session and school session was being laid, as a foundation, so that we can have a very, very interesting ending with the higher education panel discussion. To introduce this panel discussion, let me have the privilege to announce the name. We have Dr. Uma Ganeshji. She is the co-founder of F5 World, NES chairperson of Global Talent Track, and she's also the moderator of this session. I welcome Dr. Uma Ganeshji for having you over here. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation and being so modest to moderate this session as well. Sanjay Potode, sir, the president of Vijay Bhumi University, chairman, IFIM institution. So happy to interact and see you again, Sanjay sir. Mr. Vinit Gupta, founder and trustee, Ashoka University and Palaksha University. We welcome you, Vinit sir, in today's forum over here. Thank you so much for coming over here. Dr. Srihari Prakash Onward is the president of Sri Padmavat Singhania University. Welcome, Dr. Srihari sir. Dr. Shalini Gupta, she's the vice chancellor of Desh Bhagat University. Welcome, Shalini madam. And Suraj Sapra is the chief strategic officer of No Paper Forms. Welcome, Suraj, in this panel. So without wasting much time, may I, ma'am, please hand over the virtual mic to you. Over to you, Dr. Uma Ganesh. Ma'am, can you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to be part of this conclave, and I understand this is the closing session. So at the outset, apologies to all of the audience for some delay in getting started with this session. And I would like to ask the organizers how much time we have so that we can make sure that although we are starting
Full time, ma'am. There is no session after this. You can take your full time. As long the people are getting entertained and they are happy to have this deliberation, you may please continue, ma'am.
No, but I think in the interest of all the panelists and also their audience and the audience, I'm sure they would have all made their own plans. So I would think that we are now starting at 5:30. Maybe
45 minutes we
can we go on till about 6:15? Would that work for everybody?
Absolutely. 45 minutes was I was telling.
All right. Okay, good. So at the outset, happy to have such impressive set of panelists. And to set the context for today's discussion, I've had the opportunity to listen to some of the previous sessions. And when I reflected upon it, what I felt was, yes, we've all been very excited about digital technology. We've all been experiencing digital technology in the context of learning delivery, particularly after post-pandemic. There have been personal experiences, professional experiences. Educational institutions have come to the fore. And one of the oft-cited examples of digital use is from educational institutions. Therefore, I would like to see, what is it that we really think when we say we have gone digital? In the last few months, especially after post-pandemic, whenever I've had the opportunity to discuss with some of the academic institutions, the very fact that we are able to now use Zoom platform and connect with large number of students, for some of them that is digital. For some others, the very fact that we are able to use WhatsApp to connect with students and send across notes through these media or use mobile phones, that is digital. However, when we talk about digital transformation, and that is a question which as leaders of academic institutions who are part of this panel, I would like to elevate the discussion to a higher level. When we talk about digital transformation in the context of any institution, any organization, any business, we are really talking about fundamentally rethinking how the entity functions. So when we talk about fundamentally rethinking how we function, we are talking about the experience of students. Have we been able to fundamentally redefine and deliver superior experience to them? Is one of the questions we have to ask ourselves. Secondly, we heard in bits and pieces about competition, we need to do digital marketing, all of that. But how do you see digital transformation actually enabling the institutions that you're all part of to rethink your competition, rather redefine your position vis-a-vis who you think are competitors? Are these public universities? Are these private universities? Are these global institutions? These are questions to be asked. Thirdly, all of us, whether we are running private institutions or public institutions, we have something called expenditure, we have something called revenue, and at the end of the day, nobody wants to bleed. So is this digital transformation enabling academic institutions to run the institutions in a manner that we don't bleed? In fact, are we able to improve our bottom lines? Are we able to create more surpluses, or are we depleting surpluses? And finally, I would also like to ask ourselves this question: through this digital transformation process, have we been able to bring in agility? Have we been able to rethink the way we run our institutions to bring in innovation, to accommodate innovative ideas from outside as well as from the inside? And what are we doing to do all of this? And of course, to facilitate all of this, we require a very, very different culture, the way we run our institution, the people, whether it's faculty, students, vice chancellor, all of us, how do we interact with them? And what is the new culture that we are trying to create? So these are some of the questions that come to my mind when I look at post-pandemic transformation of institutions who are adopting digital technologies. How far have we come in terms of addressing some of these questions is the first aspect that I would like our panelists to address. So may I request to begin with Dr. Srihari to address some of these questions in the context of your institution. and trace the journey of your own institution in the digital transformation journey. Over to you, Dr. Srihari.
Thank you, ma'am. You did ask a lot of questions. Suddenly, I remember I'm no longer a very good student who would remember all the questions. So I will try to do the best, but I expect you will prompt me if I have missed out on any of the questions. Sure. Let's understand the digital transformation. I think digital transformation was on the cards for everybody, and all institutions were at their own pace trying to transform, for the simple reason that we are going to be handling millennials and new millennials, and now I don't know, I think this is generation alpha or beta or whatever, and this generation is already in their virtual world, and if we want to educate them, we need to reach out into that virtual world and educate them. So that was never a question. Pandemic just accelerated it, and our preparations were very similar to most others in the neighborhood. We did have a LMS, which is the most basic thing in a digital transformation. Our faculty members were in the process of preparing video lectures and this thing, and trying out various methods. The nation as a whole was into MOOCs, so learning in a non-face-to-face fashion was exposed to both students, faculty, and the universities. From that point of view, I think what we were thrown into was not really that difficult a situation, except we did hurry up and log down to the easiest platforms that were available, so that our first attempt was to recreate the classroom experience on one of these platforms, I think, so that the business can go on as usual, and students are continuing to have lectures. We also got onto a bandwagon of proctored examination systems. I'm sure there are multiple solutions available, and everybody must have latched onto one of these systems and tried to conduct exams and continue the process of teacher-student interaction. But our experience has been twofold. The faculty feel there is nothing that can replace classroom environment, and a lot of faculty still have that feeling. But at the same time, the students also are realizing that to have the same kind of intensive class, live class attending session that they would have in a classroom is going to be very painful, because you are trying to focus into a very small square, even if it's a laptop. In many cases, students have to focus onto a mobile phone, a smartphone, to listen to teachers' lectures. I think that is a big difference which we must recognize in the whole process. And what we are thinking now is, this is nothing again new. The classrooms were already being branded as a stage on stage, kind of places where learning effectiveness was anyway a little lower than expected. Different people put different numbers. I'm not getting into that. And we had to move to active learning experiences for students. We are now in the process of trying to see if technology can help us move into that space of active learning, collaborative learning, wherein we will not get into recreating a classroom experience for the student, but we will not lose the touch and feel effect of being of our teacher and the student. In fact, enhance it using technology. I think that is the path we have traversed in the last few months, and we are now looking at converting some of the classes which the teacher would still sit in front of his laptop for an hour, and the student would in fact sit in front of his laptop for hours together. I think this is not going to work out, because in the classroom, the teacher's presence, his body language, and everything is will help student focus on the teacher, or come back to a focus on the teacher. Whereas at home, he is distracted by what's happening in the kitchen, the smells, the noises, and the rest of the household cannot be brought to a standstill, unlike in a school going child's case, where the mother or the father or grandparents are sitting with the child. So we are now into bringing in more and more technology, fully recognizing that when students do come back, we are not going back to dumping them into a classroom from 9 to 5 and going back to the old normal.
Thank
Because
you very much,
time
Dr.
has come
Srihari. That
to
was
recognize
really
that,
very nicely conveyed,
yeah.
that you're really
So
thinking
I
about.
think it answers some of your questions. If I missed out any, please.
Sure, I'll come back to you shortly. You have really talked about how do we deliver good experience for the students. Let me now move on to Mr. Vineet Gupta and request you to talk about 2 or 3 other dimensions of digital transformation, particularly in the context of innovation or competition, or even in terms of how have you seen this transformation journey in terms of overall the expense and the expenditure and the income generating perspective. Over to you, Mr. Gupta.
Thank you, Dr. Ganesh. Well, let me say that firstly, as far as the digital transformation during COVID is concerned, I'm sure all institutions had ERPs, LMS, etc. for a while. But what this accelerated is really the mindset. Faculty, at least in our institution, over the last 5-6 years, I don't think many faculty were open to the idea of teaching online or even teaching on a live platform. I think COVID forced everyone to learn that way. So faculty had to really get on speed, right? And equally students, we've all run institutions. Students would prefer coming to the classroom. Rather, the notion that a class is going to be delivered live over Zoom or some other platform was not accepted. So I think that mindset change has happened, that both faculty and students are now willing to learn online. I think that's a big shift. In terms of the challenges, so while this has been a big shift, I think the challenges are, students are experiencing Zoom fatigue. Students are feeling sitting in front of a screen from 9 to 5 is perhaps not the best way to learn. Faculty are okay actually adapting to it better. This is what we feel. But students are very eager to come back to campus, especially because we run a fully residential campus, and the joy of living together, being together, learning with each other, participating in extracurricular sports, that element of campus life has gone away. So I think while the pandemic has accelerated digital transformation, in some sense, it's also exposed the limitation of the digital technologies, right? It's also sort of shown. I think when the pandemic hit, there was great excitement for the first 2-3 months. Look, that this is going to really transform, disrupt totally. I think that sort of exuberance has settled down, and there is a realization that look, physical classrooms cannot be replaced or may not be replaced in the foreseeable future. So I think there have been challenges related to that too. Now, what is the future? And I do want to make it concise. I know there are many other speakers waiting. I do feel in the future, live or online learning is here to stay. Live learning till now was really pre-recorded content. Watching lectures, pre-recorded lectures posted on a Coursera, edX, etc. I think this whole notion of live teaching, the fact that you can teach live on a platform and students are listening in real time and being able to ask questions, definitely is a much improved version over a recorded lecture, right? It may not be as good as a physical lecture, but it's fairly good. In some ways, it's actually even better than a physical lecture. People can be sitting in different places. Teacher can be at the comfort of home. You can really use this technology very well. You can record lectures very easily. You can easily put people in, divide them into rooms, etc. Some ways it's working well. So anyway, I think the point I'm making is I think live teaching is here to stay. I think every institution will adapt it in different ways, even after the world opens up fully. Some institutions may become 50-50, some may say 70-30, whatever. But I think live teaching is here to stay. Teachers have adapted, students have got used to learning this way. So I think that's a whole big shift. And now, whether we totally move down to live teaching, I don't think at least that's going to happen. I think the second is the world is also asking this question, what can you do better in classrooms and what can you do better in live, right? So I think every teacher, so I think there is greater challenge on really pedagogy, on innovation at that end. How can teachers transform their teaching? I think every teacher will now need to ask this question, what can I teach better on Zoom? And for what should I call students? Should I call them more for projects, for experiential learning, to divide them into groups, collaborative learning? So I think those are the questions teachers will need to ask, and a lot of innovation is going to happen there. High quality content is really going to play out extremely well. Can you learn basic principles of calculus, algebra in pre-recorded small videos of 5-7 minutes? And can the classroom become more a space for discussion, project work? So I think high quality content is here to stay. I think platforms which can work very well in low bandwidth, those technologies will develop. I was speaking to somebody at IIT Kanpur, and he's working a lot around how do you really get learning to the remotest corner. So I think those technologies will come into play. So all in all, I think it's an exciting, there's a lot of room for innovation. I don't think the world is either going to be totally digital or totally physical. I think the play is going to be somewhere in the middle. So the opportunity for great technologies, the opportunity for great content is going to be there. To your last question, and I'll just take half a minute more on finances. I think all our institutions were designed to really be in a physical world. So being fully digital in some sense doesn't help, right? You can't charge students hostel fee when students are not in the hostel, right? You may have to give some discount on tuition. So definitely finances are bleeding. I think different institutions are dealing with it in different manner. I do feel when we open fully, institutions will adjust and probably come back. I don't see this to be a long-term challenge. I think this is more a short-term challenge. Eventually, I think technology will be a big equalizer. I think it will promote access. Access to education will get democratized. More people in remote areas will get access to high-quality education. Institutions will come up with hybrid degrees, right? Can you study 2 months at home and come 1 week? Can you have weekday at home, weekend? The whole space of continuous learning, executive education will open up tremendously. People can work and study and then come on the weekends to the university. I think there's great opportunity for continuous learning. And for us at Ashoka, one of the learnings of the pandemic was that we did open up, we started this program called Beyond the Classroom, which was really for people who were, we had some of our best faculty teaching online. These courses were open to everyone, to people who were working, to elders, and we found reasonable success there. So I think that's a whole new world which sort of opened up. So I think those are some of my thoughts. I don't think anybody has a clear answer. We are all sort of adapting. We are all dealing with the challenge. But yes, the next few years are years of innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Yes, I mean, those excellent thoughts on innovation, some of which has begun, and a lot more will happen in due course of time. That certainly is a very nice segue for me to now move to Dr. Shalini Gupta. And I would like to know from you, Dr. Gupta, your thoughts on what Mr. Gupta said, that faculty need to rethink their pedagogy. They need to therefore develop new competencies. They need to think about flipped classroom possibly, because students who are coming into classroom, they would possibly get the generic information anyway. So what is it that the faculty, the staff need to do differently? And at the same time, what should the students be doing differently? What kind of skill sets they need to have right from the time that they're going into school, so that in this context of digital learning, or other digital era, where there will be both the physical and the digital spaces to learn, what kind of skill sets they need to have to adapt. And lastly, also the education leaders, academic leaders like yourselves, how do you think, what kind of new competencies leaders in the academic institutions also need to acquire? Over to you, Dr. Gupta, for your views.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Muma. In fact, when we talk about leaders, faculty, or students, I find, first of all, it is the mindset, because we all know that we started this journey this year only, and people, all the stakeholders, they were not ready for this journey. So in the last 8 months, everybody is trying to cope up with the things, start with the things, or they are already started with the things, and they are trying to move further. So when we talk about the faculty, the difficulty what I feel is that the faculty, younger faculty, they are better able to adapt to the technological changes because of their maybe their abilities, that kind of technological abilities, they are already in the virtual worlds. But when it comes to the mature or further faculty professors, they need technical assistance, and they find it little difficult. This is the actual problem we are facing here, maybe in this part of our country, right? Then they are not able to take the online classes the way it has to be. And the second part, I feel that faculty, they are changing their mindset, but again, they feel that being in the classroom, giving them the mentoring, talking to the students, and one-to-one personal interaction, they feel that is required. Even students, they want to come back, as we have discussed just that students, they want to come back to their hostels. They want to enjoy their campus life, because finally, regular teaching is important, because it is not important to get the concepts, but the days, college days or the university days or even school days, they're very important for the general skill sets, life skill sets or behavioral skill sets, adaptability, adaptability, and all those things, communication and all. So people are missing this. And with the UGC's norms that you can, in the phases, you can go ahead with the things, we could see that the students from the far off places, even they wanted to come back to the campus, and they are enjoying. So the skill sets, when we talk about, the whole point is to keep the students engaged. In the classrooms, our black and board teacher or the blended learning part was already there, where people had started with the SWAM or MOOCs and all those stuff. But the skill set that the total 100% students are engaged through the online classes, faculty, they lack the skill sets, the platforms, though Zoom, Google Meet and all that stuff is available, but again, internet bandwidth or 2G, 3G services and all that stuff, that is, it is a real problem. So we are not able to connect to the remotest of the student. Secondly, though we went for the proctored examination, but maybe everybody is facing the same challenges. That was success, but not 100%. We would say that that was some percent, 60, 70% success. So that maybe skill set from the examination side and skill set of taking the examination from the student side, it is right now in the midway. We would say that it is not infancy, but I would say that Digital transformation is on, but people on an average, when discussed also, they are in the emerging stages. Then comes the designing the online curricula, because we have to engage the students completely through online. So our faculty has to get the skill set that everybody is engaged. There has to be quizzes, there has to be discussion, there has to be PPT, there has to be some YouTube video, or there has to be a combination of many things. One person really cannot keep on saying and other cannot absorb the certain things. So this needs time. Faculty, they need to use the technology in a way, because the faculty is supposed to be blackboard or maybe LCD PPT level faculty, and going to that level completely, they need to improve. And things are on. For example, when you are in front of camera, people are hesitant. So that is another difficulty, that in the class, they can take the class, but in front of camera, they find it difficult because somebody is observing and everybody is observing. So these are the skill issues or the mindset issues we have in general. But yes, there's no doubt that digital transformation is taking place and everybody is trying to do their bit, students, stakeholders, even academic leaders. For example, when we talk about leaders, academic leaders, maybe deans, directors, or vice chancellors, or any level. When it comes to the technology investments, there is one part. Another thing, since students are not coming, financials are difficult nowadays. So financial things are there, little problem because of the investments, because of smart boards are there. How many smart boards you can have in a university where you have maybe hundreds of the classrooms? So how every teacher can record their lectures? You need to have the media capturing rooms, or the e-content is to be ready. So all these things again, it's taking time, and director, everybody has to improve, you know. So
Yeah,
I
Dr.
feel that.
Gupta. Yeah, very nice. I think you covered the entire spectrum, and you were talking about how do we really make the faculty feel comfortable in front of the camera. And I'm remembered about a very interesting incident that I experienced when I was when I was running Z Education, and we were creating a whole lot of content. And I'm talking about 15 years back or so, when we needed to put faculty in front of camera, not like the mobile phones of today. And those days, you know, you had these heavy duty cameras, which almost looked like film shoot cameras.
Yeah.
So therefore, that itself created quite a bit of nervousness. And there was this very seasoned, excellent faculty in one of the management subjects. You know, he simply failed the, you can say, the camera test.
Yeah.
And we had to come up with a plan where we needed to use his body of experience, but have someone else who was very camera friendly to be able to articulate. So this sort of a storytelling, this sort of a curation of the content, this sort of a format of what is really going to work, and equip our faculty with that sort of a comfort and storytelling and presentation skills, which are not necessarily that important in a classroom environment, have become suddenly very important. So yes, that's where innovation is extremely important. And we at GTT Foundation, therefore, have actually decided to identify some of these innovative pedagogies and innovative technologies that universities like yourselves have been successful with. And we are asking you to share those instances so we can recognize and reward, and we will share that information with all of you, and we would encourage all the faculty to participate in this. Yeah. So when we are talking about use of all of this technology, moving over to you, Mr. Sanjay Padode, we are talking about a whole lot of investment. We are talking about suddenly, you know, not only content, but also data security, which we thought is something that the government has to worry about, or we thought, you know, only large organizations have to worry about. But that has now become very important even for the university. We have legacy systems, like somebody else mentioned. We have continued to have homegrown homegrown solutions. We have some pre-systems which have come in from different maybe technology companies, and we have bought some of the systems. So now we need to integrate all of these to deliver this superior customer student experience we're talking about. So all of this would mean that we need to take a step back and also look at investing in a roadmap which is going to deliver all the results that you're looking for. So the question to you, Mr. Padode, is how are institutions looking at such investments? What are the key parameters that you would keep in mind when you have to take a call on where do I need to invest in terms of my priorities for my institution to remain in the forefront of this digital transformation journey? Over to you, Mr. Padode.
Thank you, Uma. Thanks a lot. First of all, let me just step back a little bit before I get to that question. The pandemic, incidentally, is not over. We are going through the pandemic. So, considering that we are in the pandemic, I would like to actually talk about the fact that all the technologies that you're mentioning, whether it's Zoom, whether it's Teams, whether it's, whatever we have been using, whether Blue Jeans or name it, all these technologies have been in existence far before the pandemic actually happened. The challenge was not that the technology was born because of the pandemic. It was forced down into the throats of various institutions. So we lived in a paradigm of education which said timetabling has to happen in a certain fashion, teaching and learning has to happen in a certain way, and we became very used to it and comfortable with that. The pandemic came as a disruptive shock, and we were forced to adopt technology. So what really happened in this, coming from IT background, I think we are trying to fit the old into the new. I think that's not the way to do it. It has to re-architect the entire way you look at education. So fortunately for us, in Jagdish Seth School of Management, earlier known as IFM Business School, I'll just read out certain numbers that we went through. So we delivered 2,743 online classes. We delivered 171 online exams. We did about 280 collaborative super specialized sessions with universities like University of Virginia, Darden, ESCP Europe, UT Austin. We did some 46 guest lectures, some 23 internship viva voces, grouped. And during the pandemic, we were very fortunate that we were able to deliver 34 capstone projects, 292 internship projects, about 7 research papers, out of which 3 came in A category. We did about 4 faculty development programs. We had 100% placement. In fact, we just closed our placement as of yesterday with all students being placed in the pandemic without starting a class. So effectively, why we were able to do it is not that I want to talk, but share my real experience, is that 4 years ago, we invested continuously in terms of changing the processes within the system. We never knew pandemic is coming. We didn't have any insider information from Wuhan telling it's going to happen. But it was just that intuitively we wanted to leverage on the flexibilities that technology offered. So one such flexibility that we really, exploited during the pandemic was the ability to reach out to faculty all over the world for delivering lectures to our students. And we have been practicing this over the last 3 to 4 years. And with the pandemic, it actually broke the monotony of listening to the same faculty when I could engage with faculty from different institutions, bring in different experiences. When I could bring in guest lectures from any part of the world, it made life very easy for us to draw in the corporate into the class, because corporate was sitting at home. And, they had no meetings, they were not flying, they were not traveling. So much of their time was conserved that we were able to get a lot of their share into the system. And what that did to the overall ecosystem is that the corporate became well connected with us. So it's not just one-time impact. It's about engagement. Now the corporate is coming on their own and saying, I really enjoyed it. Can I do it again? So that became a real large win. And where did we lose? We definitely lost in the peer learning. So like Dr. Shalini Gupta rightly said, students were missing the campus, whole lot of things. But we tried to compensate it by creating activities outside classroom. So we engaged with NGOs to do some social immersion projects. We engaged with corporates to do some internship projects. So it was like internship from home. It was like social immersion from home. Everywhere, the FH got added towards the end. And that's what we did. But what enabled us to do all of this was re-architecting the entire system. So we had invested into a platform called Impartus, which was delivered by a startup company 4 years ago for live lecture capturing. And whatever was being taught in class was already being recorded and posted directly into the LMS. Fortunately, Impartus enabled it to deliver live. So nothing changed, you know. The faculty came to classroom with no student, delivered the class, and it was going into the LMS as well as being delivered to them live. So that worked for us. In the meanwhile, because there were a lot of faculty sitting at home who could not come to class, we had to enable Zoom. So we did a little bit of technology engineering to bring Zoom also onto the platform. So today we have a system where our student information system, our timetabling system, our LMS, and the electronic delivery system, plus the academic portfolio management system, and the Facebook at Work, which is our social media for students, that system has got all integrated into one single sign-on platform. So it's become like a virtual campus, which got developed over a period of time. We have got other systems that are connecting to corporates. So one has to step back and re-architect your entire curriculum, your overall student experiences that you want to deliver, and then fit the faculty. So the best analogy I can give you to understand that, if you go back some 40, 50 years, okay, there was a point of time when playback singing was not possible in movies, right? So the actors, so we had famous actors and actresses like Suraya, who would be a great singer, would be a great actor, would be great in everything. So one person had to do everything. Analogous to our faculty today in class, he has to be a great histrionics master, he has to be a master of knowledge, he has to direct the classroom very well, he has to plan his assessments very well. So he's all in one today. But what happened when playback singing came in? The requirement of being a singer to be an actor went away, and an entire ecosystem started forming. So there were people who were great at creating offline content. There were people who were great at histrionics who could deliver content. And there were people who could direct this whole thing in today's world called instructional designers who could put this all together for delivery. I think that adoption is required, wherein we break away from the mold of expecting a teacher to do everything. It's impossible for the teacher to be a master of technology, master of the program that he delivers, master of a subject, create the knowledge and deliver. You have to bring in expertise from outside who are specialists in each one of these areas and bring it in. I think the technology more or less is available. The investment more is into architecting the processes of how to leverage technology and make it effective.
Thank you, Mr. Padode. So what you're saying is there is a lot of technology out there. It's commonly available, but it's the ability, the innovation to uncommonly put it together, which is really going to make a difference. Now, in this context, what is also important is one of the participants here, Dr. Shyamala Subramaniam, she is asking this question, which I think is very pertinent, and I'm going to ask that question to you, Mr. Sapra, that yes, there are going to be islands of experience, islands of innovation, islands of excellence, like Mr. Padode spoke about, like Mr. Gupta spoke about, or what Dr. Shalini Gupta is trying to do. Now, is there a method in this whole ecosystem where we can get the higher educational institutions to come together and have some kind of give and take of these technologies and these experiences out of technologies, particularly the innovation that is happening in the technologies? Because like it was mentioned, by Mr. Padode, that they're working with a startup. So there are a number of startups out there. There are a number of new ideas that institutions are able to come up with. Can these all be consolidated and made available so that this could be shared amongst institutions at a significantly lower cost? And at the same time, we grow the innovation ecosystem. Over to you, Suraj, for your views on this. How do we build an ecosystem? How do we facilitate this innovation to be happening around academic institutions to facilitate more technology to be absorbed and adopted with ease?
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Ganesh, for pointing the question to me. And at the outset, I would say that the advantage of being the guest at the panel is that you get to speak at last, and by that time, a lot of things have already been spoken. So I'm just thinking that how and what different I can contribute to the panel. But I think if I'm repetitive, I'm going to get that excuse, because 3 out of the 4 co-panelists that we have here, we are proud partners with them. So we work very closely with Vineet Gupta sir's team at Plaksha University. We work very closely with Sanjay sir's team at IFM and Vijay Bhumi, and we also work with Dr. Shrihari's team at SPSU. And I'm very hopeful that we get to work with Dr. Shalik Gupta's team eventually. So, Dr. Ganesh, we are a technology company and not an educational institution. However, we work very, very closely only with the educational institutions. So I'm going to share my perspective in that direction. So as an organization at No Paper Forms, we see the working of an educational institution distributed in three broad segments. So one is input management, which is the management of admissions and involves marketing and outreach and selection process. The second is the student lifecycle management. That means once the student is inside of the university, it involves the academics, career building, and allied operations that all the panelists just talked about. And third is the output, which is the management of placements and alumni network. So at No Paper Forms, currently we are solving the problem of input management because we believe the stakes are really high there. And also considering that if the input is improved, then the output is also better. Now, as far as the pandemic is concerned, it had a significant impact on all these three segments that I just talked about, especially the institutions who were laggards in adoption of technology suffered the most. Now, that is the negative side of it. However, we realize that this pandemic has also pushed all of us to be agile more than ever. You also talked about agility, you talked about innovation. So we believe that we are more agile than ever. So I'm going to share that what we learned as an organization and how did we co-create value for the ecosystem. That's a question. Now, technology was the only way out during these times, and every institution fast-paced their decisions to leverage the same. So because this trend and we as an organization, I believe, were benefited the most as we could onboard close to 100 institutions, and we could sell our services to them in just 3 months, vis-a-vis 300 institutions that we had acquired over the past 3 years. But it was a huge, huge accountability because we understand that subscription to technology is useless until it's adopted and consumed properly. So that's what I think Sanjay sir was also indicating, right? There is a lot of technology which is available, but adoption to technology in a meaningful manner is what is going to create a lot of difference. Lockdown was called on 25th March, and it was just the onset of the admission season. All of us working from homes, and it was about it was like changing the engines of the plane while it was already flying. And everybody during these times was thinking that every student of the world is now being on internet, exploring institutions digitally. However, for the initial 3 months, the admissions related search volumes on Google were down by 40%. It was a surprise after surprise. But what did really happen? All of these challenges became a stimulus for companies like ours and institutions like yours to solve for our customers and solve for our students. For instance, in the last presentation, I was seeing Saurabh Kulkarni from, I think, FMA Digital showed that 76% of students relied on official website of the university to consume information. Thus, to maximize the traffic to inquiry submission from whatever search volumes were there, we thought of improving content discovery and engagement for students on universities' websites. Thus, we launched an AI-driven education chatbot, which was, which is popularly known as NIA, and it became the industry leader in no time. We never earlier thought, earlier in the pandemic, that we are working with 400 institutions and the insights around which we may augment our chatbot. No chatbot in the world made who, right?
So Suraj, in the interest of time, since we have committed, we'll be wrapping up by 6:15. Can you just please wrap up in half a minute so that we have an opportunity to go around and ask everybody a question each?
Yeah, half a minute I'm going to take. So, similarly, there are many such things which we could innovate, all because of the needs around the pandemic, which pushed us beyond the fence, and we could co-create for all our partners and the ecosystem. So I believe, pandemic did some good. It helped us in many ways to realize our potential and find out much efficient alternate ways to execute things.
Thank you so much, Suraj, for that, for wonderfully painting how pandemic has actually enabled organizations like yourselves to bring about this dramatic impact for the students and for the universities. So my last round of questions as I go around and ask everybody is basically to request you to tell me in one sentence, what do you think is going to be that big change you think is going to come about in the days to come in terms of how your students, who are your primary stakeholders, what is it that one big change or shift that is going to happen with the way they are going to be expecting from you the service that you will be providing from academic institutions. See, we work for the last 10 or 12 years. We have been working with more than 5,000 institutions across the country. And one thing that we have learned from this process of partnering with 5,000 institutions is that they're all looking at students who are coming in, how do we make them employable as one big ask that the students have, that the institutions have, and that's how we have been able to support them. But what do you think in the days to come? Would that continue? Employability and looking at their own career, is that going to continue to remain the big ask from the students? Or is there going to be a different ask, particularly in the context of digital intervention? Let me start with Dr. Srihari. It's already 6:15. So I'm going to ask each one of you to take just 1 minute so that we can wrap up in the next 3-4 minutes. Just 1 minute, please. Each one.
Yeah, employability is going to remain a concern, particularly in, during the pandemic era. So many people have lost their employment. So employability and employability expectation from the university is going to remain the most important thing. But what is likely to happen is the big thing, if you are asking me to point out as a change, is students will want to learn when they want, what they want, and where they want and how they want. In fact, there is going to be a lot of mobility and as well as the freedom which the students will expect. UGC is already talking about examinations on demand. I think that is the big thing.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Dr. Srihari. Dr. Shalini Gupta, what is your view?
Yeah, I feel that it is the accessibility, freedom, and affordability too. That will be the future for the students. Though I always feel that it has to be the hybrid learning, blended learning, and campus feel is to be there. And this technology or this pandemic, it is preparing the students for the next years to come when they will be able to cope up with the digital challenges and learn better with the hybrid teaching. So I feel accessibility and affordability, that is the in thing.
Accessibility and affordability. Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta. Mr. Padade, what are your thoughts?
Just like the pandemic has forced technology into education, I think the pandemic has forced work from home as a new way of working. And I think employability will always be one of the most important criteria, but the parameters defining employability would change. The education system would have to adapt to the new way of learning and adapt to the requirements of the gig economy. We will have to look at, we cannot, I mean, a lot of jobs are going to change. I think what we were teaching in the past may become redundant, but there would be new opportunities and new jobs created where we'll have to work, create new curriculums, new pedagogies to make it happen.
Okay, great. New pedagogies and new curriculum, new opportunities, gig economy, fantastic. Over to you, Suraj, for your last one.
Yeah, so I believe that students would start valuing experiential learning and the value of being in the classrooms, very, very soon, because there's a lot of...
So you mean to say bunking will no longer be something that the students will want to do. Remaining in the class is what they are going to be looking forward to.
Yeah, so the way that we used to value our classrooms and teachers, they're going to value it. And I believe for educational institutions and all those companies, etc., who have not subscribed to any technology, they will have to do that. And more than subscription, they will have to focus on taking the accountability of adopting technology in a very, very meaningful way.
Thank you very much. I would like to end this session by conveying my sincere thanks to all the panelists for their really wonderful and meaningful insights. And I wish we had more time to delve deeper. But I'm sure there'll be another opportunity some other day. Over to you, Chandan, for your closing comments. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Uma. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Uma ma'am. A lovely moderation, in fact, done by you in such a short time. That the justice which you have done to this panel session is really commendable, ma'am. And my apologies, the session was getting late. It was so whenever we have some ministers or big people coming over here, a bit of opportunities also come. There are very good insights and thoughts which was been shared since the inaugural session, and since this was the closing day and the valedictory event, everybody was taking its own sweet time and was definitely, contributing its 1 minute of his memory also, or her memory also, which they have been with us since last 3 months now. And let me thanks again to the team of Performs and UniApply who have been supporting this mission since last 3 months. We have been organizing 30 sessions like this, ma'am, and we were proud to have that. Crossed 10,000 plus registrations plus attendees. We were able to engage more than 250 educational institutions pan-India, 150 school and preschool education pan-India. So this platform gave an opportunity to collaborate with the preschool lobby, the school lobby, and the higher education lobby, and giving an opportunity of even more networking and collaboration between the corporate segment, the academia segment, and bringing the government people and the regulatory bodies. So they were very kind enough in showing a very good gesture to hear out the thoughts of what industry leaders have been facing and how they can help it out. When the situation of pandemic was coming, and equally when the execution or implementation of new education policy has to be, rolled off, there is a lot of opportunities and challenges again. But again, like edu leaders like you, thought leaders like you, and the way you are leading your institutions and organizations from front in the support with your technical and non-technical staff, the students and the parent community, hats off to the commendable efforts done by every leader present over here. So thank you so much for joining us, everybody. Thank you so much, Uma ma'am, for coming over here. Your interaction with us was for the first time, but let me tell you that I will be happy to have you moderating these sessions in many of the events which will be coming. And before this, I would also like to thank Sanjay Patode sir. Thank you so much for joining in over here. And Vineet Gupta ji has to leave early. So thank you so much, Vineet sir, Shri Harish sir, Dr. Shalini ma'am, and Surat Sapra over here. So this slide shows you the announcement of our next project, which is again a 3 months project. And we are announcing by the brand name of National Education Conclave. We'll be running through January 2020 to March 2020. Under this, 4 other events which we have just announced, and we'll be happy to tell you that 21st January is the first event we'll be coming up with Vice Chancellor's Conclave, and we'll be talking more on artificial intelligence in universities. The second event is on 29th of January, ASMA National Education Conclave, where we'll be, hosting an event named as India's Top 30 Marketeers Summit. We'll be inviting the top market leaders from across the universities. 19th February will be ASMA National Education Conclave, featuring India's top 30 edtech companies of India. And 19th March will be ASMA National Education 2021, featuring top 40 under 40 in education in India. So with this, I'm very hopeful that people are keeping safe, and we are very positive, and we are very hopeful that this disruptive situation will end over soon, and we'll be meeting more physically than virtually, exchanging cards, shaking hands, explaining and taking the liberty and opportunity of the stalls and the events and the stage and that glamorous platform, which we are very hopeful. And thank you so much for joining us over here. Please follow the social media handles of ASMA for keeping you updated on our.
Chandan, I'm sorry to cut you, but I'll just take a minute to thank Dr. Uma Ganesh for such it was very, very energetic and passionate. Ma'am, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sanjay sir, for all the insights. I thoroughly enjoyed being a panelist. And Dr. Shalini Gupta, thank you so much for your contribution. Hope to see you, ma'am, very, very soon. I'll touch base with you. Thank you so much, and Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
Thank you.